You are listening to a Dynamicworksproductions podcast. This show is available on iTunes, Stitcher Radio Network, and many, many more podcast services around the world. You can find all our content, music, videos, books, podcasts, and more on our website, www.dynamicworksproductions.com. Have questions, comments, or concerns for us? Head on over to the social tab on www.dynamicworksproductions.com if you'd like to talk to us. Now, on with the show. Welcome back to another episode of the Fork in Your Ear podcast. I'm your host, as always, author, podcaster, and gamer, and very frequent streamer, Tim K. Trotter. Joining
rub it in, why don't you?
Joining me from a dark hole in the ground, at least that's what I'm seeing.
It's from my cave.
Is the one, the onlyest, the sprightliest of Nate Foos. The Nate Foo.
Good evening.
There you go. Well, it's been 2 weeks. How are you?
It's been 2 weeks. It's been a fun 2 weeks.
Yeah?
I'm actually doing pretty good.
Okay.
Just dealing with life.
Yeah.
Trying to keep some level of consistency going, and it's been it's catching up to me. Nate's a little tired tonight.
The lack of sleep.
The lack of sleep or the oversleeping, take your pick. The inconsistent sleep. Like there's been there's been nights I've been getting my 8 hours. The problem is I get 2 hours, and then I'm up for 2 hours, and I get 4 hours, and then I'm up for 2 hours, and I get another 2 hours, and then I go and work. Yeah.
Fair enough.
It's been very interesting.
Yeah. Well, I feel that we should dedicate this episode to our only moderator, who is presently driving cross country to his new location on the East Coast. I can actually tell you exactly where he is because I am tracking him on GPS for whatever reason.
Oh no.
He is, and I imagine he'll listen to this since he does listen to the show. He is in Blue Springs. MO? Where's MO?
Montana.
Missouri? No.
Montana.
No. He's way further than Montana. Zooming out, he's next to Kansas City.
Oh, then Missouri. Okay. Yeah, Montana's empty.
Yeah, Montana's empty. I just zoomed out on the map. Geography, kids. Stay in school. I mean, in fairness, this would be the only time where the abbreviated states actually matters when we're actually talking about it, because most of the time, I mean,
right.
it's like okay, so he's about, for using Dallas as like a middle point, he's about a little tiny bit over halfway. A little bit over.
Okay. Where's he headed again?
Someplace in Virginia.
Then you probably wouldn't use Dallas as a halfway point.
Well, I'm just looking.
Yeah,
I'm just looking vertically where he is in relation to, like, if we're splitting the country in half, just from a map perspective. That's what I'm saying. So shout out to you, Daniel, drinking from the mug you were inquiring. He actually, I guess, got this. He brought this back for me when he visited Philadelphia earlier.
Yeah, Philadelphia. Yes.
I don't think there's a Philadelphia in Kentucky.
A Gettysburg.
Good Lord, man.
Geography, folks, stay in school.
Wow. Okay. Well, I feel like, yeah. And since the outtakes don't air first, I also have a soundboard this week to combat Nate's soundboard. Nate's has never heard because of the way he has it piped through his system. Mine's just a phone near the microphone. So if there's some weird shit that happens, it's just gonna be, I don't even know. There's so many things and I'm scared to hit things. It's gonna be like, I'm gonna hit this one. This is random. Yeah, it's gonna be like a yeet.
Yeet?
Apparently. It's gonna be a Jesus. What the
Flavor
fuck?
Flav. Wow.
Okay.
That's going back.
Okay then. Yeah, so cool. Surviving the prior weeks. Since this is an audio show, Nate, I'm sure, can make out my third eye on my face. It's
your unicorn?
Obvious.
Yes.
My unicorn?
Yes.
I don't it's the ugliest fucking unicorn I've ever fucking seen. But touche.
But yeah, your other one already went away, so that's good.
I don't even remember what I had because this is just life for me.
Right.
What
did you eat this time or drink this time that you shouldn't have?
Well, I think right before we did the podcast, I think I said I'd eaten real live donuts.
Mm-hmm.
And then the following Thursday, I had a delicious salmon dip sandwich that's made by Caveman Kitchen, which is a local legend around here. Because it's fucking delicious.
So you've been glutenating when you shouldn't have been glutenating.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. Do I regret it? Always.
Always.
Yeah.
Was
about
it tasty?
30 to 40 minutes after consumption. I regret it in the stomach. I regret it in the aftermath from the anus. And then I continue regretting it for weeks after that on the surface of my body. It's
But it sure is tasty going down.
Yeah, but it's like you eat it and it's like, yeah, worth it. Then immediately not worth it. And then for preceding weeks after,
why do I keep doing this to myself?
I'm never going to do this again.
Right.
It's basic
Lies
alcohol behavior.
Yeah.
That's what it is. And I can speak with authority on it. Thank you very much. Yeah. So, Daniel's on his way. He's officially left me. Hopefully he'll show up here on the show. He has said he's going to endeavor to attempt to quote unquote figure it out. But probably not for a while because he's got to figure out his life and get back to work.
Sure.
Moved his whole fucking family and his baby child, and he found out right before he was moving that his internet doesn't transfer over to that particular county or whatever that he's in, so he's got to get some weird
whole new
internet thing, and all that stuff, all that good stuff.
The joys of moving. I've done it too many times. I'm glad I haven't had to do it for a while.
Yeah, I've only moved a handful of times, and the last big one was into the place that I'm in now, and that took way too many weeks. And I only moved a mile.
Right.
I was like, fuck, this would suck if this was considerably more distance. And his is about as considerable more distance as you can get moving coast to coast. But, so it goes. There is a metric avalanche of things to talk about this week.
Sure.
So I think we're going to spin it. And
hold on, before we do that, are you getting any feedback on my end? Because I'm noticing my little chat bubble is.
I was just about to say, hey, we want to take a beat because you're sounding a little more gainy, little above the levels, so to speak.
Hold on.
Yeah, maybe just knock that a scotch because yours are all knobs, correct?
Sliders, but yeah.
Okay. Is it got a knob on it?
Just making sure I have the right input.
Okay.
Bring that down a scotch. You should be good now.
Yeah, keep talking. Talk about something important.
I don't talk about important things.
Oh, dang. That must be why you're on this show. Self-burn?
Self-burn, yes.
Okay. Yeah, that does sound better. That does sound better.
Okay. I noticed it was picking up like background noise.
Yeah. Pre-show, like I said, I could hear a lot of stuff, and it almost seemed like it was climbing for whatever reason, which, I mean, could be.
Could have been a Windows update for all I know. Oh, you know how those look with everything.
I do. It's stupid. Mm-hmm. It's really, really stupid when I had to redo my entire fucking streaming setup just because it's not fucking recognizing cameras, microphones, previous saved settings. It's just like, why? Why is Windows this way? Like, I don't get it. Like, how have we not figured this out with technology? Makes no sense. So, all right, well, let's spin the ring and land on one of these lovely topics. We have landed actually on life stories. Fire. So we'll keep talking about life, I guess. Which is fine.
Okay, as of Monday, I will officially have been. I will be working for a new company. Well, not actually changing jobs.
Okay, so your sale went through.
Is complete. Okay, and they've already basically all the C-suite employees have already retired. Like, it's out, we're done.
Okay,
here's our final resignation. So it's going to be interesting times for the job with the takeover. This will be the first time we've had one that's just been kind of outright and not a. The last time we switched corporations, we were absorbed,
right,
as opposed to just taken over. So should be interesting. I'm still on graveyard shifts, which have been kind of good because I've been missing all this heat wave.
Yeah, that's actually got to be a huge bonus because you were telling me you popped into one of my streams a week ago or something like that, and you're just like, oh yeah, it's only 117. Yeah, it's like, Jesus.
Yeah, and it's been like that for well over a week. You know, every day's been so yeah, I get to miss that noise by being asleep, except for when they issue a flex alert, and having an internet connected thermostat does have a small disadvantage because now the power company says, oh, you're connected to the internet with this thing, we're setting your thermostat to 79 degrees for you.
Why?
For a flex alert, for
I don't know what that is.
Reduced power usage.
Oh,
during peak hours.
Because California sucks.
Because California sucks like that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's
which is, that's all fine and good until I wake up sweating balls because, it's 86 in my room because that's a
yeah, fuck all that noise.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. If you want 86,
it's
you can just fucking move to Florida.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, what the fuck?
And then we had Hurricane K hit the coast this weekend.
Okay.
Yeah, that just dumped rain all over us.
Are people safe? I don't know. Is it a bad hurricane?
It was Category 1 when it made landfall down in Mexico and immediately dissipated, but it brought a bunch of moisture and rain. So yeah, it does. It feels like Florida around here.
That sucks.
Yeah, we're sitting at now people in Florida are gonna be like 50% humidity is nothing.
Sure. Yeah,
it is
until you've had 150% humidity. Then you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah,
you can't have 150% humidity.
You can in Florida.
That's just rain at that point.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, we have artificial humidity right now as apparently Okanagan County, which is the easternmost county in this state that I'm in, is on fire. Apparently. I knew about it because my folks were going over the property that's somewhere over there, and I don't understand how this works, but
fire?
No. So I found out about it. So I was on the can, and my Apple Watch pinged with an Alexa alert, and I have never before gotten an Alexa alert through my Apple Watch, which was just like, what the fuck? I did not set you up with any kind of thing to send shit to my watch.
That's straight up Skynet shit right there.
Well, you know.
They're all conspiring together now.
I guess. But I mean, it was good data. Like, I'm glad it did alert me. And I was like, hey, there's going to be like bad smoke smog. Stay indoors for like the weekend. So I guess it's passing through.
Right.
So I guess it's not going to be another one of those like 3-month-long things like we've had the last several years here due to combination fires from your state, Oregon, Idaho, Canada. Just everybody surrounding Washington just shitting on us.
Yeah. And we've got same thing kind of going on here. I've got a fire just north of me in Castaic and a fire east of me in Hemet.
Okay.
Around Big Bear. So yeah, it's been making big muck of the air.
Yeah, that does suck. I'm repositioning.
One of the reasons I was actually kind of glad it rained, it knocked a lot of that stuff down. There she goes.
Okay, it stopped.
As the microphone just goes drifting away. The things you don't catch on the audio.
Yeah, you know what's funny? I considered messaging you earlier in the day, but then I also remembered you were probably asleep. But then, didn't you say like last podcast that you were gonna string together some fucking live stream bullshit for us or something?
Oh, sure. I mean, that's not hard to do. I just need to go open up OBS and go live. My main screen. I'd need some borders and titles and shit.
Okay.
But other than that, pretty much ready to go. Full screen this and hide the controls.
Fair enough. Okay, well, there's always next time.
Always next time. I'll have to get with you for graphical assets.
Yeah, I guess I have some, not a ton.
I know you do.
Yeah, you've requested some. For I don't even remember why you requested those, for that matter. What are you doing? What are you doing with our logo?
Oh, I think you saw it. It was in my little Twitter header. Which recently changed.
Yeah, I actually did see that like a couple of days ago. I was like, oh yeah, okay, fair enough.
And now that you saw it, I changed it. It's now got a picture of my two beautiful daughters.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Life. God, I don't know. Work's crazy busy. Still.
Well, see, and that was what I was hoping to get into. Thank you for reminding me. With work being work, it's the beginning of a month, and we're in the middle of a buyout, so we're not doing a whole lot of work. So this is why I'm exhausted, because last time we had a podcast 2 weeks ago, we were hella busy. So I was really maintaining that 9 to 5 schedule, and the wrong end of 9 to 5 at that. Because work has kind of died out, I'm now working 9 to 1, maybe 9 to 3. Sometimes 9 to midnight.
So you're coming home early then?
So I'm coming home early, which is nice. I get paid a full day. I get to come home early, but this is, I'm not getting good, consistent sleep.
You're not expending the energy that your body's used to expending on work. So now you're just like, well, fuck, I'm up, and now I need to sleep.
No, I come home and I just pass out because it's like I'm still tired when I get home. And so, yeah, I'm falling asleep at 2. So I'm getting my 8 hours by
the wrong time.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 a.m. I get up at 10 a.m. and it's like, great, I've had my sleep. Oh, I've got to stay awake until 9 tonight.
Yikes.
And
okay.
hope that I don't have to stay awake till 5. So yeah.
Good Lord.
When you were
that sucks.
We're running a little bit late, I'm like, cool. Read my kids their bedtime stories and like, Daddy, can you cuddle? And I went, I sure as fuck can.
Hence the darkest dungeon that I'm viewing you in right now. Okay.
No, no. This is my office. I wouldn't podcast from the
No.
bedroom.
I meant the visuals, folks, that you can't see is usually Nate is lit like a professional broadcast studio, and right now it looks like he's got, I don't know, like one LED light over his head.
That's not far from the truth. I actually have two small ones here and here.
Sure.
And one over my head with a Japanese paper ball.
Oh, okay. Cute.
Which makes a good diffuser. It doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't shine.
Fair enough.
But yeah. So then, of course, the wife comes in at 8:00 or 8:30, and she's like, "Hey, you have your show in a half hour. You want to cuddle with me for a half hour beforehand?" I'm like, "Yes, you bet I do."
Yeah. Okay.
And curl up on her, and I'm like, "Oh, by the way, Tim says he's running late, so you got me for a little longer than you need to." And she's like, "Awesome,
nice." Well, that's what my wife did.
we both promptly passed out on each other.
Yeah.
And then and got the watch on. So as soon as it buzzed, I'm like, "Oh, Tim. Oh, okay, honey, I gotta go podcast stuff."
Fair enough. My wife was similar, even though I had to wake mine up because I actually don't remember if I was talking about it pre-show or not. But basically, we were watching a movie before Fork, which it's become an odd tradition because we don't actually watch a lot of movies together. It's usually just a lot of TV shows.
Mm-hmm.
And just like for whatever reason, Saturday Fork podcast night, she's usually in the mood for a movie. Because the last time it was Prey,
mm-hmm.
right? And this
right before the podcast.
And this week it was Moonfall, which was.
What about on the weeks we don't broadcast? No movie?
No movie.
Is she being subtle here?
No.
Does she not want you to do this?
Okay, so I'll tell you something. So we were getting a couple of things done. She was doing laundry, and I was taking the shower head off of her shower because it's fucking got mold or some shit up by the little spigots, and I'm like, what the fuck? So we're taking it off so we can fucking soak it in vinegar and baking soda and that sort of shit and scrub the mold off. And she starts accosting me as I'm taking this thing out. I'm trying to drain the water because we have the wide head that sprays water the big old disc with a ton of nozzles. And I'm trying to get all the water out so that when we take it downstairs, it doesn't drip everywhere. And she's like, I did not say this. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And she's like, I'm listening to Fork. And I went, what the fuck are you doing listening to Fork while you're folding laundry? And she was talking about the book thing that I was enraged about
the high fantasy.
Yes. Yeah, so she saw that title and she went, "Oh, you must be talking about me." And so she started playing the episode. I was like, "Oh, god damn it!"
So the title of this week's episode is "Do Not Listen." Whatever you do, do not listen.
Yeah, that'll just make her want to listen more. Apparently, if she thinks "High Effin' Fantasy" as a title is
this week's episode, no, we're not talking about you.
Yeah, no, we're not talking about you. Go away, wife. But no, so I was shocked that she was listening to the show. And and then bitching about it, I guess, because she doesn't usually listen to the show.
Right.
And yeah, I don't know. That was just like a weird little thing. God, I don't really have that much interesting life stuff. It's just been pretty
nice, even keel.
Fucking yeah, pretty normal, pretty non-combative, pretty just whatever. I guess I don't have any particularly crazy anecdotes or funny stories or
at least that's what the cease and desist from your wife says.
Sure. You betcha. So yeah, I don't really got a ton of life stories that are particularly interesting. I'm sure things might come to mind later, as they do on this show. But you know, how it goes. How it goes.
Yeah, all my shit's just same old nonsense. Working late, and of course, car stuff.
Oh yeah,
wife's got to put new tires on the car, and
we had some work stuff. Our van was fucking spewing smoke on the way back, and we're like, fucking goddamn it. And it was there was gasket? No, not that kind of smoke. It wasn't like white smoke.
Okay.
It was slightly bluish or whatever, but it was there was a pipe for the transmission line that had broken, and then I guess transmission fluid goes into the back axle in our work van, and there were some bearings that were going out apparently. I don't know. That's what the fucking mechanic said, and so we had to get our rear differential done, and yeah. Okay. And then of course, the day that the van was in the shop, my phone was like, "Hey, this door's broken. Hey, this door's broken. Hey, this door's broken. Right. Hey, this door's broken." I was like, "Fucking Christ! Why now? Why this day?"
Because you don't have the ways and means to do it.
No. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. So I've got a bunch of shit I got to take care of on Monday in regards to that. But yeah, nothing.
Thursday I got up and of course got the kids ready for school, and then went back and laid down. And next thing I know, wife walking back in the door. I'm like, "Why are you back?"
Mm-hmm.
Because car won't start. Battery's dead.
Oh. Good times.
Did you leave lights on? No, not at all. Okay. Thankfully, my jumper cables are super duper long. Jumper, no problem.
Uh-huh. You guys don't got a rechargeable jump battery? Get one. No. They're pretty solid. I do say so myself. Usually Costco's got one. Just saying.
But yeah, so jump seemed to be okay. She was able to get home. Morning, she got up, went to take the kids to her sister's house. Battery's dead. Ah, son of a.
Dang.
Yep.
Okay.
So I go over to Costco to try to get a battery, and
as one would do.
And it's like everyone and their neighbor brought their neighbors and their neighbors' friends to Costco today. And I'm like, my brain does not have the capacity to deal with this many people over a car battery.
Sure.
So I'm like, cool. I'll just go up the road and hit Pet Boys and walk into Pet Boys, and it says Pet Boys is remodeling. We're only selling tires right now. I'm like, okay. I'm driving to the dealership.
Now there's a name I haven't heard in a long time. It's Pet Boys.
Manny, Mo, and Jack. Yeah.
So we used to have them up here, and then I don't know, they all fucking died out or something. And
we have O'Reilly up there now.
We got AutoZones and O'Reilly's every fucking town, and occasionally a Napa. With insane prices because it's Napa for whatever reason. I don't know how they're in business. Well, I mean, I guess if they have stuff and the others don't, it's like, all right, well, you gotta go to Napa.
But yeah, so that was my day today. It was driving around Kingdom Come to find a battery that, of course, car batteries now cost about $200.
What?
Yeah.
mean, I haven't gotten a car battery in a hot minute, so I don't know about that.
I remember them. I
remember them being like $50, and that was like expensive.
My sister and I had a little conversation about that. I swung by her place since it was on the way from where I was going. Like, bucks, because I remember paying that for because she used to have an old like a mid-90s Passat.
Okay.
And that was like, everything on that car was expensive. But yeah, I like my old 74 Classic. Yeah. $49.99, brand new battery.
Jeez.
And they've just steadily
gone up. Huh. Yeah, my day, because of the shower thing that I mentioned, I was cleaning. We didn't actually have any vinegar to do the thing. And I was like, okay, well, I guess I'm going to the store.
Mm-hmm.
And probably due to the smoke, I guess. But like everybody and their fucking mother was at Walmart today. Like to park all the way at the fucking end of one of the rows and whatnot, and find the vinegar, and then I also need to get like hamburger buns or something because Jessica didn't have hamburger buns for herself tonight. We did burgers, and found myself in the alcohol department, which has been apparently revamped. And they carried a bunch of stuff that they don't normally carry. And I was like, well, okay. This is not what I'm here for. I'm here for really mundane stuff. But okay, you got me. So ended up spending. Well, you can see two of the boxes back there. So Walmart started carrying my lovely Cayman Jacks that I'm very, very, very fond of. And they had their regular 4-pack mix, and then they've got their all margarita, but like they've got flavored margaritas now with like mango and watermelon and that sort of stuff. So I got those, and then I picked up a little vodka because I was running low, and then decided, it was hot and smoggy out, so we're doing what I'm doing now, which is a little Captain Morgan rum. So yeah,
not a bad choice.
That's what we're doing. Yeah, so that was, I don't know, that was the mundaneness of life stories. I got
sure.
Yeah, that well's a little dry. The other ones are filled with promise this week. I promise. So let's get to it. All right, we have landed on Air, which is video games. Well, Nate, what you been playing?
Destiny.
Yeah, me too. I guess I'm back playing Destiny.
Oh, are you saying you're back?
I'm scheduled to play a raid tomorrow.
Oh no, you're doing Kingsfall?
Yeah, again.
Again, as in Destiny 2 again, or again as in
career-wise? Yeah, no.
I think Kingsfall was the one raid that I have done the most. I have the most clears on.
I would say probably Kingsfall and Volta Glass are both extreme. Well, Crota's, I'd say those three really have really high. I've probably done them all, those three 100 times or more. Easy. Yeah, so I'm doing that tomorrow, about 3 hours before the wife gets home with some PlayStation boys. They actually texted me about it. They're like, hey, do you want to do a raid, please?
And you're like, do I have to? Yeah, I have 1 Valid Disciple, 2 Vault of Glass.
Have not done
5
any
Scourges.
Haven't done any Scourges. Haven't done any
Eater of Worlds, 1 Leviathan.
Eater of Worlds. Is that the raid lair?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've done raid lair.
Have not done?
I have. The only raids I have not done in Destiny, career-wise, are whatever the one that takes place in the Earth City, I think it's called the Deep Stone Crypt, the one with Beyond Light. I have not done the third raid that takes place on the Leviathan. I think it's like something stars.
Spire of Stars, yeah.
I did not do Spire of Stars, and I did not do whatever the Forsaken one is.
Garden of Salvation.
No, that was Shadowkeep.
Oh, okay. Scourge of the Past?
Nope, haven't done Scourge of the Past, and I haven't done I haven't done Crown of Sorrow.
Last Wish.
Haven't done Last Wish. So there's
Vow of the Disciple.
And I've not done Vow of the Disciple. But everyone else I've done. At least once. Yeah. So
yeah, I don't get into raids a lot, but I will say a lot of people are very happy that the entry point to this raid.
Yeah, that was my first question when I was asked earlier tonight. I was like, "Hey, am I light? Am I high enough light?" Which is, of course, old Destiny speak for power level for you kids out there. And they're like, yeah,
do the quick thing and go get your bounty of whatever from.
Yeah,
and it gets you up to what 1540, and that was enough to at least be.
I think it's 1550 for this, and right. I'm 1563 or something now.
Yeah,
so
catching me already. Wow,
sorry.
Yeah. 1569.
But yeah, no, the last PlayStation I got with Daniel before he left, we finished the campaign for Bitch Queen. Which is interesting.
Normal, right?
Yeah, fuck no. Fuck that legendary shit.
It's so satisfying to beat that on legendary.
I mean, having played the entire campaign now, I can't imagine how. Because
it's simple when you don't play it on legendary.
What
especially if you're doing 2 or 3, if you're fire teaming. I could solo it on normal. Completely through.
Well, so it was funny because me and Daniel did play through the entire Halo collection leading into Infinite last year. And the level that's got I think it's a strike, actually. And you're in a boat. And then there's the mechanic from Crota's End with the slowing down and the lanterns and the boss that's basically a reskinned Crota. And we were laughing
or something like that.
But we were laughing so fucking hard because like he was like, does this level feel familiar to you? And I was like, yeah, it really does. And then I was like, God, it really does feel familiar. This really feels like the beginning of Delta Halo in Halo 2. And it's like, if the fucking ghost tells us to get on a boat, and sure enough, he fucking tells us to get on a fucking boat. And we're like, okay, well, they can't just be completely copying themselves here. If we have to stop at some point on this boat with enemies on our left and right as we're descending downwards and get 2 objects, like then right on cue, we stop and we have to get the 2 objects. It's like, oh my God, this is literally a Halo 2 level. That's... I don't know how I feel about that. And he's like, well, it can't be exactly like a Halo 2 level. At least they're not sending like flying enemies after us, and then like right on cue, the fucking, whatchamacallit, the big purple spinny things that shoot shit at you. Shriekers appear above, and we're like, well, no, that's a pretty good stand-in for a bugger. And we're just like, Jesus Christ. Oh, and what happens when you get to the end of the boat? Oh, you go down some more? Okay. So we're totally not on the seafloor of Delta Halo right now. Okay, all right.
No, not at all.
I see what you did there, buddy. I see what you did there.
Hey, but they did it well. Did you enjoy it?
Did they though?
Did you enjoy it?
So what I enjoyed, because previously I'd experienced all the lore for this already, and I'd seen a run through of the campaign. So there wasn't too many like straight up surprises, but there were a couple. Number one was the one mission that like you're doing some shit and then fucking the Amakara from the Last Wish raid like pops out or whatever, and I was like, oh fuck, and I didn't know that happened. So that was a lovely surprise. And then
that fight on Legendary, oh my god.
Yeah, it's probably pretty hard. It was pretty hard. It was pretty hard on us for normal.
Yeah, easily an hour. I found a couple of good G spots on that one. I could sit and just blink off people and then get to the next wave. And I was like, I finally, after like just blinking away for an hour, I'm like, oh, I'm finally done with this. And then that stupid Ahamkara comes up, and I'm like, and it's not taking damage. It's not taking any damage.
Yeah, because you gotta shoot the little light part in his mouth.
So you get a whole whopping 2 seconds to damage this thing.
See, none of that sounds fun to me. Like, Destiny is already... It's already a suck as it is. Like, I don't want to make it more of a suck. You know? Like, sorry.
That was the first campaign I actually enjoyed, because I felt like I had to work for it. Every other campaign, including this season, like, I hop on for an hour, I'm like, okay, cool, I progress the story. I'm at that stopping point.
Uh-huh.
You know, now it's, and I don't know. I enjoyed the Legendary. I went back and played through it with my wife on normal mode. Like, I don't have the time. She's like, I want to experience the story. And we blew through the entire campaign in an evening.
Yeah, we were pleased to be able to get through. We did have a glitch though. Like the last 4 missions or whatever didn't fucking track any progress for him on his game for some reason. Okay. So he's got to redo those when he gets to where he's going. That sucked. Did something fall down in your office? Cat leaping across? Yeah. Yeah. You good?
Yeah.
What?
Turned off the fan.
I see. What was weird though was, even though I'd seen him play through and I knew the story, the lore pretty well, because I still watch Bife's videos, is I somehow had forgotten the traveler being yeeted into her realm at the end. And so when that happened, I went, oh, what the fuck? Like, I was very surprised.
I'm just gonna put this over here.
Yeah, but holy Christ, that last fight with fucking Savathun fucking drug on forever. It was ridiculous. Like, okay, we're gonna do this. Okay, we're gonna go up to the 3 towers. Okay, we're gonna go up. Oh, we're gonna kill the fucking wizards now so we can get through your fucking shield 6 fucking times. It's like, okay, that's ridiculous. What it felt like to me was, it felt like maybe at some point they had intended maybe like a light raid around her, and then they scaled it back for 1 to 3 people and took some mechanics out. That's kind of what it felt like to me.
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
Because especially having played the original King's Fall as many times as I had, and of course the ending of Taken King, I guess since they're of the same ilk, like there was some similarities to the stuff that you do in the end there, so that was all right, but yeah, I don't know. I'd say overall, even though my experience was not a normal one with this campaign, having again seen played through, experienced the lore or whatever, right. I would say that it was a pretty solid campaign. I don't think it's the best Destiny campaign ever. Which I guess kind of begs the question as to what I do think is the best Destiny campaign ever, which
That would be my question.
Is a question that I don't have an answer for you for. Yeah, I don't know on that one. But yeah, no, so fucking, I guess I'm playing Destiny again.
If I ever get a chance to play,
yeah,
I'll see if you're
on. Yep. So, what do you think of this fucking new pirate event? Because I think it's pretty fucking lame.
I'm barely playing it. Like I've been getting on enough to progress the story, and I don't know. There's been a bunch of things that were very unclear. Like apparently, I've been missing depositing something after all my missions were done. That's across from the star chart.
There is.
Currently.
Question mark?
Right.
Okay.
No waypoint, no nothing. You have this item, you're supposed to deposit it somewhere.
Yeah. No classic nothing. Fucking shitty fucking interface of Destiny. Thanks for telling me what to fucking do with your obscure fucking bullshit.
Right.
Yeah.
But it hasn't prevented me from progressing the main story quest, so I'm just like, whatever. It might keep me, I think it's keeping me from unlocking things on the star chart.
I see. Fair enough. Yeah, so I have been playing Destiny. I have made a rule though. I am only playing Destiny with friends.
Okay. I
am not ever. This is my rule, and I told the guys this too. I was like, I'm not playing when you guys are not on. Like, I'm not doing this solo grind horse shit, soul sucking Dementor fucking bullshit again. And so far, that's kept me feeling reasonably fresh in it when I played it, and I've played it a decent amount the last couple of weeks.
Did you play any of the Iron Banner event? Or
I am not doing PvP.
Okay.
PvP is dead to me in Destiny 2.
Because I'm
and has been for a long time.
Because I guess
I don't give a fuck.
The new eruption mode.
Well, and I guess Iron Banner's like weekly now or some shit.
No, it's for a week, but
that's what I don't know.
It's only going to happen 3 times during the season.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about PvP in Destiny. Yeah, there's that. There's I'm still fucking playing Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I'm at I can tell you here because it's below me. I'm at 214 hours.
Okay.
I'm ready for it to be over. I streamed it actually a little bit last night. So something that took a huge chunk of time and I didn't expect it to was the only way I can equate this is to Mass Effect fans out there in Mass Effect 2. When you get another party member, you can do a loyalty mission for them and like unlock some stuff and more abilities and that sort of stuff. And basically, there's loyalty missions for the hero characters, which are the additional 7th member you can plug into your party. But each one of these quests is like 3 to fucking 5 hours long, and there's 26 heroes.
Oh boy.
So there's a lot.
Yeah.
There's a lot. And I got so excited because I was just knocking them out. I was using the guide yesterday and I finished it. I was like, yeah, I finally finished the fucking last one. And then I decided to check to make sure that I finished the last one. And I went, fuck, I missed one. And then right on cue, the wife calls me and says, I broke a piece of glass and I'm standing on shards of glass. Please come downstairs and help me. And I went, well, that's the stream, folks. Bye.
Right.
And it was true. She did make the right. That was a good call because it popcorned everywhere in the kitchen. And of course, my wife doesn't wear fucking socks or shoes like a normal person. Goes everywhere fucking barefoot.
No. You're outnumbered on this one.
I'm outnumbered?
Yeah.
You're barefooter?
I'm a barefooter.
Yeah, is your wife a barefooter?
Not always.
Okay.
Probably less than half the time.
Okay. So anyway, that happened. I believe so. Something happened. I can't remember if I talked about this in the podcast or not. I know it's at least a week old. So I almost was going to finish it last weekend, and I can't talk about it because it's the very end of the game. I don't want to spoil anything for people. But
for Xenoblade, or?
Yeah, for Xenoblade. But a story event happened, and I played all the Xenoblade games at this point, right? A story event happened, and it so demoralized any will for me to go on in the main story. I went, fuck. I don't. It was so negative for me. And I'd love to talk about it in a support group, but I probably should finish the game. But I literally, I stopped, and I pulled off of the final mission, which thankfully the game let me do. Instead of the usual JRPG trope of you sure you want to go here? You go here. You're in it till it's fucking over. Credits are gonna roll, man. Did you sleep at the end? Did you check all the boxes before you went? And they did have that, but even though I'm there, they're still letting me fast travel out of the final destination. So I'm like, okay, well, all right, that's nice. But yeah, basically something happened in the story, and I disagreed with it so strongly that I was just like, oh man, I don't fucking know, man, this game, which sucks, because apart from that,
really like the game.
I'm 214. I'm still playing. I'm playing it right now. What? It is such a satisfying game, through and through. It's funny. I think I mentioned a little early on talking about the game, because I've been talking about it for a whole month now, that it doesn't really have bullshitty side quests. It does. It's just you gotta work way down onto the quest list to find those shitty side quests, but they're there. So yeah, I don't know. So yeah, I've got one more hero to ascend, which is their version of loyalty missions in this game, and that's pretty much it. I think there's a couple of little basic side quests to do, and then it's all right, well, all that's left is to do the final thing. So maybe tomorrow. We'll see. I'll be on stream. So there's that. I downloaded a game off of Game Pass that was recommended to me by another Discord, called Tinykin. And somebody said that it was a cross between Mario and Pikmin. And I went, I like both of those. What is this game you speak of? And I guess it's been in early access on Steam since March or something. But I've
seen it, yeah.
Yeah, it's 1.0. It looks it's cute and adorable, and it is Pikmin, but also with platforming, collecting stuff, and you're tiny in a kid's room or something like that. And you've got these little puffball things, and they have different colors, and they do different things, build bridges, or some are anti-electricity and that sort of stuff, which is exactly what Pikmin do, by the way.
Right.
But it's literally like a Pikmin game. I look at it and go, oh, that mechanic's from Pikmin. Oh, that mechanic's from Mario. Oh, that mechanic's from Pikmin. And I'm like, why has nobody ever fucking copied Pikmin? Great, go for it. Somebody else do Pikmin. I'm down. So I downloaded it. I haven't played it. I think it's gonna be my palate cleanser after Xenoblade's done. But I'm looking forward to it. And I just wanted to tell other people out there that it's on Game Pass. I don't know if it's Game Pass Xbox and PC, or if it's just Xbox. Don't know on that one, but I do know it's on Game Pass. So check it out there. And then I felt bad about it because I set an alert in my calendar to notify me when this game happened, and I missed it. It dropped a couple days ago. It is a sequel to one of my favorite, let's call it a neo-retro racing game. So the first game in question is called Horizon Chase. It's been out since 2015. It's on every fucking platform under the sun. Okay. And it's made by Aquarius Game Studios. I think they're like Moroccan or something. They're like 5 dudes or something. But basically, they grew up on old school racing games.
Right.
Like you and I.
Outrun. Yeah.
It's literally an Outrun plus Top Gear clone. And it's such a clone to the fact that they got the Top Gear composer, Barry Litch, who's done a number of racing games in his career and is a generally fantastic composer anyway, to do the music. So it sounds exactly like one of those old school games, except it's new. It's fantastic. Highly recommend Horizon Chase. I think there's a deluxe version called Horizon Chase Turbo. I have it on phone. I have it on my Switch. It's a fantastic fucking game. Highly recommend it.
Okay.
And I think if you were fond of those games like Outrun and stuff, you would love it too. But it's beautiful. It's retro art style. It's an awesome fucking racing game. Highly recommend it. So, not too long ago, and I didn't know they were working on this game, Horizon Chase 2 was announced, and it's basically another retro game in that same style, but then pushed forward to 90s era racing. And I was like, oh, sweet. And right now, it's exclusive to Apple Arcade. And I was like, that is something I have. Go on. And so, actually, when I got back from Walmart today, I booted it up, played a couple rounds, and I was like, oh, man, this game is so fucking good and addicting. So for the purpose of the podcast, I played a little bit on my phone, and I played a little bit on my Apple TV using an Xbox controller. It's pretty fucking fantastic, I must say. It's just a really fucking well-designed, old-school style racing game. There's not much more I can say about it. Barry Litch, again, returned to compose the score for this, and it fucking sounds fucking amazing. And it's great. My only complaint, and I think it just released this week complaint, because both on my iPhone 13 Pro and then my Apple TV 4K, which should be able to run it, every once in a while, and you obviously don't want this at a racing game, there's like that hitch of like frame skip.
Right. And
I was like, oh, okay, this was not in the original game. Okay, I see that. Okay. So that's a little annoying. And then a difference between 1 and 2 is 2 has online multiplayer, which is new. The first game did not have that at all. It was a strictly single-player focused racing game. Multiplayer is Rubber Band City in the couple of matches that I played.
Okay.
So they've got some work to do on netcode. I did notice that they're not the first game they used a proprietary engine, and this they're using Unreal Engine 4. So that's kind of funny that there's frame rate hitches on, comparatively a really stable engine and whatnot, and that one would assume they could be using Unreal netcode. So that just kind of sucks, but it did come out like a couple of days ago. So, I'm sure they'll patch it. Because they literally were supporting the first Horizon Chase until I think last year. They were like adding tracks and new shit to it and stuff. And like it came out in 2015. Like that is a long fucking time to be supporting and adding stuff. And they were doing it for free, I might add. They weren't like, oh, paid DLC or anything like that. So just saying, you like old school racing games, 100% check out the Horizon Chase series. First game's available on fucking everything. And second game is presently exclusive to Apple Arcade, which I'd imagine is probably like a year deal. And then since it was already on everything else before, it'll probably be ported to everything else at that time. And maybe even easierly ported since it's on Unreal now. One would think that process would be a little quicker. I don't know. So yeah, I played some of that. Played like an hour of that today. It was fantastic. It's super addicting. Music is fucking phenomenal. It's like one of those games that you like get in the zone with and you tune out everything around you and then you realize an hour's gone by. That's the kind of like quality Zen like racing experience that it offers. Yeah. So that's what I've been playing this week. But
I was just looking at the PC Xbox game store.
Oh yeah,
Game Pass, and I was like, oh, recently added. I found Tinykin on there.
Oh nice.
But the recently added Wolfenstein 3D and Death Stranding.
Oh yeah, Death Stranding's on PC Game Pass.
Yep.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Not on Xbox, obviously, but it is on PC. It's good stuff.
Yeah, the only other game I played is I actually just to kind of clear my head and try to kill some time before I fall asleep. I actually did a legit flight in Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Nice.
From LAX to.
Wait. I have a thing on the soundboard that says "Watch your jet." I don't know. Let's see what it says. Hey, bro, watch your jet. Watch your jet, bro. Watch your jet. Okay.
But yeah.
Watch your jet.
Like legit did a full flight.
Nice.
Take off to landing. And,
where?
Yeah, you know.
Where? Where?
LAX to SeaTac.
Oh, hello. Nice. A journey you've actually done.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to do it, and I went out over the water and just let it go on. Watch the scenery. It was quite relaxing.
As it should be.
Was like cool.
I am absolutely shit at that game. I
leave a lot of the assists on.
I do too. I'm just like, oh yeah, I'm still heading towards that bridge. No, I'm still. Oh, I'm gonna hit that bridge. Fuck.
I hit that bridge. Yeah.
I crashed on I-5, taking off from SeaTac. That should tell you everything you need to know.
I'm actually pretty good with that. With the takeoff, the landings, I'm still a little rough at. But yeah, like I leave the fuel assist on. I leave all that stuff on.
See, like, what drives me crazy about that is I know it's a flight simulator, and I know especially like the big jets and stuff, there is a lot of instruments and stuff. But like, I have literally, not entirely, but I've literally had the joystick for certain amounts of times on smaller planes, like in the actual air. Like 5 times. And it's like, the shit's not that hard. Like, it's not that hard.
Right.
And so when...
Yeah, jumbo, it's, like flying a school bus.
I get that. But even if I try to like go to these smaller planes in Microsoft Simulator, I'm still shit at it. I'm just like, fuck you. I know what this is like.
I'm not having that issue at all.
Okay, well, I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, so there's been a lot of video game announcements in the last 24 hours.
Yes. More than I've been able to keep up.
And I actually forgot to post the thing in our Discord about the Ubisoft Forward that happened today of this recording. So let me try to find a everything announced list for that real fast. Let's see.
Going back to what we talked about last episode and what we didn't.
That's good. That's September
7th and beyond probably be relevant.
Okay.
Started out with PlayStation calling out Microsoft over an inadequate Call of Duty.
Oh, yeah. So that was some shit on Thursday. So this is ridiculous. So apparently, Phil Spencer, head of Xbox, had a public statement about a apparently confidential agreement that Microsoft has made with Sony to keep Call of Duty on the PlayStation platform for an additional 3 years past whatever the Activision Blizzard current agreement is with Sony. And he's like, I think that's pretty reasonable. And then Jim Ryan, president of PlayStation, who's not a gamer, and is by all accounts an idiot, then took publicly to say them giving us an additional 3 years is inadequate, and they're in consideration for the Call of Duty gamers that are PlayStations is an insult or some fucking bullshit like that.
Sony, king of the gatekeeping exclusive?
Yeah, king of the gatekeeping exclusive. Final Fantasy VII still not on Xbox. Their exclusivity was supposed to have been a year, and it's not. It's been a while now, so you can imagine that they're probably paying for more years of exclusivity.
Right.
You know, they've got Spider-Man locked down to their console. They've got Wolverine locked down to their console. Like, yo.
They've been caught red-handed paying companies to not list on Game Pass.
That too. That's crazy.
And that's just the exclusive titles, not even the exclusive in-game stuff like Destiny 1 for the longest time.
Yep. That was very painful for Xbox gamers.
We'll make this game cross-platform, but if you play it on PlayStation, you get extra guns, you get extra levels.
And don't forget, if you're a Call of Duty player, they had lots of exclusive shit on PlayStation this or the prior generation era as well. So it's a little crazy. To which Phil Spencer, and I'm guessing this is his response because there wasn't an official thing, but that same day in the evening, Xbox announced the Xbox Elite Series 2 core controller for $150 that's releasing this holiday. And I was like, same day they announced that, huh? Interesting move, Phil, considering that PlayStation announced their Pro controller that has no price tag and no release date yet.
Right.
And I was like, oh, damn. Okay. All right.
Gave him the old zip thud, huh?
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. Another thing that I commented on and actually got super angry about, it was earlier, was the scrolling back here. Okay, so this is a complicated matter. So Sony and Tencent has made a $260 million share purchase price for, I believe, 14%. That's split between Sony and Tencent of the Elden Ring game maker, FromSoft. It's weird that, like, okay, so it's not weird that Sony wants more shares of FromSoft. FromSoft owns Demon Souls and Bloodborne IP, which were made as exclusives for the Sony PlayStation. So it's definitely in their interest to own part of their studio so that maybe they'll make more of those specific games. What doesn't make sense is that Sony and Tencent are together on this deal. And of course, Tencent being now rebranded here in the West as Level Infinite, for those who were confused at Game Awards last year. And actually, I think Game Awards this summer, or Summer Video Games Live, or whatever the fuck it was this summer. So whenever Level Infinite shows up, that is the American arm of Tencent, which by all reports is a fully functioning arm of the communist government from China. In fact, they were on the name of the movie we were watching tonight, Moonfall, actually. Right. And so they have their hands in fucking everything. And to be clear, this means that if they have their hands and money in it, they have the right to say that you can't do certain things. For example, one of the things that I've heard about that you can't do is you can't have time travel in your products associated with Tencent, because time travel could have you go back in time and dismantle communist China, and that's a no-no in the story department if your money's coming from Tencent.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, right? What a weird one. That is a strange okay. So there's no scenario where that occurs. So anyway, very strange deal. Also very strange that I feel like FromSoft would need an additional $260 million injected into their studio, considering their game is the best-selling game by fucking far this year and still going. It is a juggernaut the likes of which not even Call of Duty can catch. And so that's saying something a lot, because Call of Duty is number one every fucking year without fail.
Like that, this injection is not even.
It's not big either. Yeah, like it's not. It's very small.
Half, not even maybe a quarter of the revenue that FromSoft is taking in from Elden Ring.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense. So I actually talked to my wife about this, and I showed her actually everything that's on our Discord right now, because I was trying to break down the numbers. I'm not good at numbers, so everybody leave me the fuck alone. But she pointed out, as a business major, that she's like, well, you're probably not taking into account however much money they spent to make the game, how much their publishing agreement, because they published it through Bandai Namco, not themselves, or Bandai Namco. Like what their cost was to produce the discs for PlayStation and Xbox, what their cut of it was. George R. R. Martin wrote the story for this game, what his cut was, all these different cuts, and she's like, you don't know, for all you know, they took that $260 million because even though they're doing fucking amazing with Elden Ring, they might have a lot of debt. This might be a debt cutting measure because at 14%, they still have the majority control of the company. I was like, okay, that's fair to say, babe. That's fair to say. So, but either way,
yeah,
it
smells funny.
Well, it's an odd conglomeration because I was talking about this with Brock the other day, and he was pointing out, he's like, so if Sony, a old Japanese company, has literally a deal with Tencent here, because they went on this deal together to acquire this now super prolific studio, or a part of them, a small part of them. What does that say about the future of Sony if they're willing to take Chinese money? And that's typically a pretty dicey thing from this fact that, my understanding is, Japan and China, they hate each other for long-term cultural reasons. And it's like, well, are we looking at a scenario where fucking Tencent starts buying stuff from Sony? Like PlayStation or something?
Right.
Because Tencent's one of the few conglomerates that has Microsoft size money.
Right.
They can buy whatever the fuck they want if you let them buy you. And there's been a lot of things that have folded into the Tencent army. So it's
like Bungie.
Yeah, well, they were. Sony bought that portion out.
And then sold it to FromSoft?
Well, so yes, Bungie did have Tencent money. Right. And then when Sony acquired Bungie this year, they bought those shares outright from Tencent. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's where it started. I don't know. It's hard to say. So there's two things we can say about Halo Infinite. I don't want to belabor this. Number one, Halo Infinite co-op split screen is canceled.
Dunzo.
I think that this is an absolute bullshit FU due to the prior times that they have promised this to the fans. Now, I understand, and I probably assume that the older Xbox One consoles are probably technically holding this back. If I had
don't
to
offer
guess.
it to them. Offer them
yes,
to the next gen.
That's what I've been saying this whole fucking night. And if I had to guess, that's where the cookie crumbled.
Fair.
The good news is that we are getting Forge beta. They're very clear about this. It is beta. Public Forge beta in November. There's actually a new video about that. I didn't post it in the Discord because it's 30 minutes long and I haven't looked at it yet. But they detailed all about the new Forge, and all of the rumors are true. The new Forge is incredibly powerful.
Yes.
And it will have, like, you'll be able to place AI. Like, that's fucking amazing. That's awesome. Super fucking cool. And if you've seen some of the leaked stuff from Forge, people have been building shit like it's fucking Sony's Dreams or fucking Minecraft or fucking any of these building games. Like, you can build all kinds of crazy shit in this Halo Forge. It is the way I look at it is, if the prior Forge was like Unreal Engine 3, this is like Unreal Engine 5 in terms of the jump. You know, I'm not saying it's as good as Unreal Engine 5, but I'm saying the jump in what you can do. Like, there's scripting, like you can do scripting,
pathing,
all kinds of crazy high level shit. And I did see the first 2 minutes of the official Forge reveal, and they were showing the second mission from Halo Infinite recreated in Forge. And I went, what?
Right.
Didn't look as good, but it looked fucking good enough. I'll tell you that right now. I was like, oh, damn, this is some stuff. And they also talked about how they were making a lot of the campaign assets available to be put into Forge. So yeah, that's a good time, and it's going to be hopefully the shot of hope we need in the arm for Halo Infinite.
It needs something. It's spiraling.
Yeah, that's for sure. Spiraling like their season that's going to last from now until next March, which is crazy. It's fucking crazy. Yeah. So Halo Infinite, we've got the official fall winter roadmap. So November 8th through March 7th, I might add. Forge beta, campaign network, co-op, and mission replay. Why it took us a whole fucking year to get mission replay is fucking ridiculous. Getting a free 30-tier battle pass. You're getting 2 multiplayer maps. You're finally getting match XP for just playing the fucking game. It's a beta, though. Don't know why that took a year. You're getting quality of life improvements. You're getting a new game mode called Covert One Flag. And there's a December event called Winter Contingency 2, which gives me no hope. It'll probably just be a reskin of Winter Contingency 1 from last year. March 7th to June 27th, you're getting 2 maps, an arena and a big team battle map. You're getting a new weapon, which is actually kind of cool. That's actually kind of surprising. We're getting a brand new weapon, M392 Bandit. I'm not entirely sure what kind of weapon it is. You're getting a new.
It looks like an auto rifle.
It kind of looks like an auto rifle. You're getting a new piece of equipment for use called the Shroud Screen. And basically this is going to work like a
bubble.
I hate to use this comparison. It's going to work like a Titan bubble, except that you can't see in or out of it, which is an interesting little wrinkle, and I can see that being played with beautifully in multiplayer. We're getting a custom game browser. There's some new narrative event happening. I don't know what that's about. We're getting in-game reporting. Forge Beta will get updates. And we're getting new game modes, VIP and escalation, more quality of life improvements, and a new fracture event. So, I mean, it's great that all of this stuff is on the roadmap, but man,
not a lot for that time frame.
It's such slim fucking pickings. And I don't understand why.
Especially the November to March stuff. Like, that is what? That's all you're giving us. And then for the next 4-month thing, like, here's a new gun, a couple of maps, which, mind you, more maps than Destiny's put out.
Ho, got him. Wait. I probably have got him. I got a thing. Keep going.
But yeah, like, Covert 1 flag, what are they? They're cloning Rift. And the Shroud, so they're cloning the Titan bubble. Should also make up for the fact that Destiny is going to be cloning the grappling hook. It's like every game we're playing now is going to be just the same game with different skins on it.
Yeah. No, that wasn't that great. No.
Trying too hard.
Trying too hard? Okay. Well, this one says horrible.
Horrible.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Quick! Get out! Get out of here! The Skyfogel has escaped!
That was British as fuck. Okay. Yeah, it's just not a lot. I really
not
hope
from something with the chops that should be expected from him. That's some indie studio depth,
Well, and here's the thing. Halo 5 era 343 was pumping out more shit than this.
Mm-hmm.
And I know it's been a long time since Halo 5, but I have to believe in the power that is Joseph Staten, who is the creative director of Halo Infinite at the moment, who took over last fall. And this big old OG Bungie truly was one of the key figures who helped shape Halo. I have to wonder if, especially the way Infinite ended, that there was clearly going to be campaign expansions. If they are indeed working super strong on the campaign expansion, but it's probably been retooled into something like super big, I'm hoping. And he's probably rejiggered that campaign, would be my guess. That would be my hope. And then it comes out swinging with a fucking balls to the wall Halo Infinite campaign expansion, the likes of which we've dreamed of. We'll see.
But what you're saying was we're gonna have to wait 3 years to get the game.
Man, what do you want me to say?
Sorry, that you paid for. I have it on Game Pass.
What do you mean? I didn't. No, that was Daniel. I have it on Game Pass.
Yeah, I think that might be the only saving grace on it right now. Most people are like, oh, it came with Game Pass.
Mm-hmm.
When they get it right, they get it right.
Yeah, that's true.
For anyone that paid retail for that.
Yeah, that would be our mod Daniel. So that's the thing. So there's those things. So let me get into this Disney Marvel game showcase.
Yeah.
So I've seen a couple of trailers. I didn't watch everything. So number one, I find this very strange. So the Disney Marvel game showcase, I saw an ad for this on YouTube like this week. And I went, they're advertising it. It must be something big. And the event was 20 minutes long and not very big. So I was like, well, okay. So probably the most interesting thing announced was Amy Hennig and Skydance New Media, which I guess is a video game company, announced an untitled new Marvel game starring Captain America and Black Panther, but set during World War II. And it's supposed to have 4 playable characters: Captain America, Old King T'Challa, a soldier, and a Wakandan spy. Now, for those who don't know, Amy Hennig is responsible for writing and directing the first 3 Uncharted games for Naughty Dog. She wrote all the lines of dialogue. She helped on the voiceover, the directing, and the whole 9 yards. She's enormously talented. From there, she moved on to EA Games, Visceral, actually, the old Dead Space guys, and they were working on a canceled Star Wars project called Ragtag. And there was some leaked footage of that, and it looked actually pretty exciting. But it was canceled for whatever reason. And so she's bounced around doing this and that. And apparently she's landed here. So, whatever the actual game is, at least it will be well written. So, that's cool. Marvel's Midnight Suns gets a release date. It had an indefinite delay. Because I think they announced back at not E3 that it was going to come out October 31st, and it got pushed back to December 2nd of this year, 2022. Next-gen consoles and PC will launch December 2nd, but unfortunately, the Switch version that was already announced has no date. For those who don't know, Midnight Suns is being developed by the, I think it's Firaxis, if I'm not mistaken, who developed the XCOM games. I was like the Alien games, the XCOM games. Gotcha. So, okay. And this is supposed to be a lighter, tactical, more actiony version of that. So we'll see about that. This caught my eye only because I love and worship anything with the word Tron in it. Mm-hmm. Tron Identity is a very strange thing, but it is a new visual novel adventure from the video game maker Thomas Was Alone, Bithell Games. I don't know what that's about. It says it follows Program Query, a detective program tasked with solving the mystery of an unprecedented crime. While nothing was revealed, we do know it'll be released on PC and consoles in 2023. I don't care what it is. A new Tron thing's always good. I'm down. Yep. That's fine. You fucking code anything in neon stuff with some identity discs, I'm there. This hit a particular heartstring for myself as someone who grew up with Disney's Mickey Mouse, Castle of Illusion, and World of Illusion games, and the fact that they were using the Illusion title for this game. I was like, oh. I actually did watch the trailer for this. It looks rather interesting. It looks like a combination of 4-player 2D platformer with also like these I don't really know how to put it, like this new age Disney animated cartoon stuff, like stitched between the levels, perhaps. I say new age because it reminds me more of the rebooted DuckTales TV series that came out. That was fantastic.
Yeah.
Looks a little weird art style wise, in my opinion, the new rebooted DuckTales and even this. But having watched the new rebooted DuckTales, it's fucking phenomenal. So don't sleep on it, even if the art's not your thing. Yeah.
That'd be my thing, though. That's so critical.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Really interestingly, the game is exclusive to Nintendo Switch. All right then. I mean, a 4-player co-op game on the console that has sold literally the most consoles this generation. Not even a contest. Okay, I get why that could be exclusive to that. Looks like a good couch co-op. Next one. I hate everything about this, Nate. I hate everything about this, Nate. As someone who still, to this day, religiously plays Pokemon Go, Pokemon Go developer Niantic has revealed it has partnered with Marvel Entertainment to develop Marvel World of Heroes, an AR game that will let fans create their very own superhero and team up with their favorite Marvel characters in the real world. Ooh. There's a 30-second thing of just bullshit fucking CGI and people holding their phones and doing lightning and Thor and Cyclops lasers and shit, and it's just like, that's cool. That doesn't show what the game's going to be like. And I bet just like the Jurassic Park game and the Harry Potter game and the Ghostbusters game and all the other ones that ripped off Pokemon Go that were also, some of them, not all of them, were made by Niantic, failed. Yeah. Fucking stoked for this bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm done. After they canceled the Harry Potter game, that was the only one I was actually having fun playing. No.
I didn't have any fun playing that game at all.
I did. I liked the mechanic. I liked the fact that I didn't have to constantly walk around to actually complete stuff.
Well, you know what you might like that is made by Niantic? They have a Pikmin game that I actually have been playing. It's been out for a year. It's awesome because you don't actually have to walk around. I mean, you can and it helps, but it does a lot of passive stuff. So like, oh, hey, we see your step counter did this today. Okay, here you get this. I'm like, yeah, that's the kind of thing I want. Hell yeah.
Pokemon Go started doing that. I'm like, oh, awesome. I'm now out of eggs, finally.
Yeah, when that feature works.
Don't have an iPhone.
I said when the feature works, which is not all the time. It's very inconsistent. It's like, oh, you stopped working and you didn't tell me and I have to retoggle it back on? That's cool.
Never had that.
That's great. It's great. So I didn't see anything on this, so I don't really have much to say, but Avatar Frontiers of Pandora got a quick gameplay overview. Didn't see it. I know there are a couple of Avatar games coming from Ubisoft. Yep. That's all I know. This sounds terrible and gotcha all over it. Marvel Snap, the upcoming free-to-play collectible card game, comes out October 18th. 150 Marvel heroes and villains, and it says they will have a shorter average match time than other games in the genre to get players right into the action. Okay, to do. I had a brain fart because I totally forgot that, of course, Disney owns Monkey Island now. And Return to Monkey Island got a new trailer. It's out September 19th, which is in 9 days from now. So by the time you're listening to this or the end of the week, it's out. It'll be out. It is launching only for now on PC and Nintendo Switch. Interesting target platforms there. PC makes sense since that's
right.
That series lives. And Switch is interesting because I don't think there's any other Monkey Island games on Switch, which is also weird. But okay. That's fine to me. I'm actually looking forward to this game, and I probably am going to pick it up.
It looks cute.
I'm a big fan of the Monkey Island games. This art style is a little... it's okay. It's not super my cup of tea, but it's Monkey Island with the original writers and actors and stuff, so I'm down. There's a new Aliens game called Aliens Dark Descent that is coming in 2023, PC and consoles, and it's a 4-player squad-based top-down shooter. So that could be
top-down shooter.
Yeah, top-down.
So it's going to be like what was it?
Twin stick.
Twin stick. Oh,
yeah, it'll be a twin stick shooter. Might be a better way of putting it. Top-down would be like how we called it in the arcades. when the viewpoint was like from above and you're looking down on the map.
Mm-hmm.
Like Zelda would be a top down, or the 2D Zeldas would be a top down. This threw me for a loop. As someone who was a huge fan of the Gargoyles animated series, I had no fucking idea there was video games for that cartoon. I was like, what? I mean, it makes sense that there were, because Disney made a video game for everything back then in the 90s, but I didn't know.
If I wasn't mistaken, Gargoyles basically was like a Batman clone.
So it was like a side-scrolling platformer brawler, which I guess makes sense. Well, they're getting a remaster and will be ported to modern consoles and PC. And it's interesting because the article I'm reading here says it was first released on the Sega Genesis in 1995 and one is the early projects of now famous Hollywood composer Michael Giacchino. Okay. All right.
Got it. Y'all got to start somewhere.
So this is interesting because Dreamlight Valley actually just came out this week. It's available for free on Game Pass, and I think it's $30 on other platforms.
What is Dreamlight Valley?
So Disney's Dreamlight Valley is a game that I've actually been watching for a little bit of time because it is Disney's Animal Crossing clone. So it's the Animal Crossing formula, helping villagers and making Sims-like shit in your house and planting crops and doing all that stuff. But your villagers are the world of Disney. But no, I've been looking at a lot of this because I've been hearing on previews that the game's really good, and the game came out this week. And by all accounts, the game's really good. Like, yo, this game's actually really, really fun. I downloaded it for my wife Thursday. I haven't had a chance to check it out myself as someone who actually does like Animal Crossing. And the fact that people are saying Disney Dreamlight Valley is like it's a really well made, fun game is great. And if you want to play it for free, it's on Game Pass.
I might have to grab this just for the kids.
Yeah, and it's supposed to be coming to mobile as well. So all the cell phones, I think, sometime in October. Yeah. So it's supposed to be all cross-platformy and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, there you go. There's another Avatar game, which I guess is a mobile MMORPG shooter called Avatar Reckoning. Because that's what you need on the mobile. Sure.
Squeeze every drop of water we can out of this rock.
Exactly. Lego Star Wars The Skywalker Saga gets a new Galactic Edition with more characters, DLC packs, and sucheries. Disney's Speedstorm is getting new racers from Monsters Inc. from a game that hasn't been fucking released yet, so that's exciting. Disney's Mirrorverse Halloween season will start soon. So I want to say something about this. Mirrorverse kind of looks good. I tried it, but it is just like every other fucking behind the fucking character. You have a party of fucking players. It's turn-based JRPG battle with grinding for the sake of grinding. It's the same as fucking Star Wars Heroes. It's the same as fucking DC Legends. It's the same as fucking all the other fucking games that look the fucking same as this fucking game. I'm just saying. I gave it a whirl. No.
Yeah, if you liked the other games but didn't like the characters, but you like this game, there you go.
Yeah,
now you have the game.
Marvel Strike Force, which, by the way, is another one of these, is the exact kind of game as Mirrorverse. It's a little better. It's a little better than that. It's a slightly more involved, but it is a squad-based mobile RPG. They're adding Red Hulk September 13th, so that's a thing.
Cool.
And my voice is dying, and I didn't find the thing for Ubisoft Forward, so why don't my co-host find that? And I'm gonna get some libations so that my throat isn't dying. Find a thing for Ubisoft Forward that happened today, like what got announced.
Go. Let's see. We could do Kotaku, IGN, GameSpot, or The Verge.
Whatever you want, man.
Or straight from Ubisoft.
Like I said, whatever you want, man.
Oh, they're just doing video trailers on this.
Yeah, that works a little less great for us.
Everything announced. Ubisoft Forward, September 2022. Everything announced as per IGN.
Okay.
So, Assassin's Creed Infinity officially revealed 2 new games. One is set in feudal Japan. And I've been basically hearing this is Assassin's Creed Shinobi.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
They said literally your character is a shinobi.
Yeah. I'm interested.
So, I want to just point out a thing on Assassin's Creed Japan. Fans have been asking for a feudal Japan Assassin's Creed for so fucking long. A whole other fucking team called Sucker Punch made a game called Ghost of Tsushima.
Right.
That's one of the best fucking Assassin's Creed games that doesn't have Assassin's Creed on the fucking title. I'm just saying.
To their own game.
They have a lot to live up to. Just saying. And I hope that they fucking steal from Ghost of Tsushima liberally. I'm okay. Please do.
And then you have Assassin's Creed Infinity, which is not a game, but...
Okay. What is it?
What is it, a launcher? But a place where players will explore and jump into future entries, beginning in feudal Japan, with the feudal Japan game, Assassin's Creed, codename Red.
Okay, so I know a little bit about oh no, not that one. I know a little bit about
the second one is codename Hex.
I know a little bit about the one called Codename Jade.
Okay.
So I watched a 30-second clip of that. So Codename Jade is Assassin's Creed in China, but it's for mobile, but it's a full third-person proper Assassin's Creed game. I watched a 30-second little clip and I was like, oh, that actually looks pretty fucking solid. So, you know. So, Assassin's Creed Infinity is...
It feels like it's a launcher.
So, it's a launcher. So, what is it going to be then? So, like, if they're doing feudal Japan and Hex, which I'm guessing, what? Salem Witch Trials? Probably?
I have no idea. But there's a trailer on it.
My guess. So if it's a launcher, are they intending that you like get like the platform and then you get like maybe smaller Assassin's Creed type games?
Maybe.
Is that kind of the thought with it?
It's not very clear.
Great.
Right?
Great.
Because why would you be clear?
Yep, that's fucking great.
And then Assassin's Creed Mirage is going to be set in Baghdad.
Right, and that was the one that leaked like a couple weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
I did read an article on that said that they are taking it back to the stealth roots of Assassin's Creed, and it will be less of a giant open world RPG like the last 3 Assassin's Creed have been, and will be more quote unquote traditional Assassin's Creed, which sounds great to me.
Yeah.
So, which is funny because like I actually haven't really played the big RPG Assassin's Creed. I haven't played Origin, I haven't played Odyssey, I haven't played Valhalla. So I don't even know if I hate or dislike them. Hate or dislike. Those are the only 2 options apparently.
Right.
If I like or hate them.
And then we get Assassin's Creed codename Jade, open world Assassin's Creed for mobile devices.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Okay.
I'll try it.
Okay.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla, last chapter.
Okay. Which makes sense. That one sold really well. And actually, a lot of my in-laws really fucking loved Valhalla. They're like, this game's fucking sick. I was like, okay. Haven't played the previous ones, so I don't know why I would play the... I mean, I played a lot of previous Assassin's Creed, but the previous, the last 2. Right.
Then we get Mario and Rabbids Sparks of Hope. We get post-launch content with Rayman.
So I'm still super fucking dubious of that game. So not because the game's like bad, because I have the first game and it's actually really, really good. I don't understand how those fucking graphics look that good. I don't. Like, it does not look the fucking shading. Like, that's what always gives it away. Like, if you look at Xenoblade Chronicles 3, it's an amazing fucking game. And it doesn't really look like a Switch game, but if you look close, it's like, okay, yeah, you can tell it's on some fucking underpowered ass hardware.
Right.
And this fucking game looks like some fucking Pixar ass shit with like perfect fucking shadows. And I'm like, how?
With no glitches, no frame rate hitches.
Yeah. Like, how? Because like the whole game can't be an FMV. You know, like that's not how it works. So I cannot wait for that game to come out and Digital Foundry to go, well, fuck us, or whatever it is, whatever fucking magic, whatever goat got sacrificed for that specific game.
Right.
Like, I don't understand. Like, Switch games don't look that good, and I don't get it, man. Because that was the one that was announced like a year ago, and I was like,
just watching the trailer, it almost looks like it's built on the Breath of the Wild engine.
So what's funny is we know the engine is built on the Division's engine.
Really?
It's made by Ubisoft. Yeah, and they're using the Snowdrop engine.
Really?
Yes.
Huh.
Ubisoft has launched a couple of Snowdrop games on Switch. They launched the first one of this, Mario & Rabbids. Game that nobody played and is never going to get a sequel, which sucks because I thought it was fucking awesome, was Starlink. That ran on Snowdrop and was fucking fantastic. Didn't look like this, I might add, but you know, okay.
Moving on, we got the Skull and Bones trailer.
Okay. For the game that was in development hell for fucking a decade.
Chip customization and a trading network called The Helm.
See, I feel like this is going to go one of two ways with Skull and Bones, considering it's been in development forever.
Mm-hmm.
Either it's going to be a really complicated poor man's Sea of Thieves, or it's going to be super, super fucking ambitious, but nothing's going to be great until about a year or two later when they patch the fuck out of it.
Right.
And it becomes a different game, because sometimes it happens with Ubisoft games.
Right. It just, like this and Code Red. Just feels like Ubisoft was late to the game and they're trying to like, oh, people like Sea of Thieves. People like Ghost of Tsushima. Let's make a game.
That's so weird though, because like I love Ubisoft games in general. Like, and it frustrates me that there's no like crazy innovative Ubisoft games anymore. Like, they've like homogenized themselves, you know? Because it's like, God, they like paved the way with Assassin's Creed, and they paved the way with open world shooters with Far Cry, and they paved the way with fucking redefining stealth games for for multiple generations, you know? And it's just like, man, like,
and now it's like they're playing catch up.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on over there, man, but they're not who they used to be. It's sad.
Yep. Trackmania is headed to consoles with cross play and cross progression.
So this confuses me. I feel like there was a Trackmania game, at the very least, on PlayStation 4.
After years, I mean, maybe, but after years of being a PC exclusive, it's confirmed it's coming to Xbox Series XS, PS5, Stadia, and Luna. No Switch mentioned. So maybe it was back in the day, but not for a while.
Okay. Fair enough.
Just Dance 2023 announced for a holiday release.
Cool. Don't care. Do we look like people who dance to you?
No. Rainbow Six mobile gameplay.
Okay, so I've been watching this because I do play Rainbow Six Siege, and this is literally Rainbow Six Siege.
Just on mobile,
running on PC on the lowest settings. Okay. It's actually kind of interesting. Like, I'm very curious about it because it is literally Rainbow Six Siege on mobile. Like, I actually signed up for the closed beta because I'm just fucking curious about it. And I'm curious about it because a couple of years ago there was a Rainbow Six mobile game. And hilariously, tying back into what we were talking about earlier with the Disney thing, it was a fucking squad tactical RPG fucking grindathon bullshit fucking thing where you go into a thing and it had all these Rainbow Six people and Sam Fisher for some fucking reason. And I was just like, what? Who is this game for? Like, this isn't a tactical anything. This is just a fucking RPG with Tom Clancy characters for some reason, which doesn't even make sense. It's like it's like the other Tom Clancy game, X Defiant. Have you seen that shit?
Yeah.
Oh my god. I don't know what that shit's about.
When Rainbow Six Mobile launches in the future, it'll be 5v5 matches, crossplay and voice chat. Crossplay?
Yeah. So what does that mean?
Right, on mobile.
So does that mean Android to iOS? They surely
has to be.
They surely don't mean crossplay to consoles,
right?
Do they? Because that's the other thing. Because like it is mobile, yes, but literally the game is Rainbow Six Siege. Like, the maps are Rainbow Six Siege. Like, all of the abilities, all of the movements, all of the things you can do in Rainbow Six Siege, you can do in this game at just a cell phone level cut of graphical fidelity.
Sure.
And so I'm like, yeah, that really throws me. That crossplay thing. I'm like, okay.
For a game that's specifically called mobile.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
So I mean, if they mean like between iOS and Android, okay, sure. I don't see why that's a problem. Cell phone to cell phone. But if they mean crossplay with PC and Xbox, there's going to be an influx of people who are going to get fucking slaughtered.
Right.
Because Rainbow Six Siege is a very high skill level, and it's also been around for fucking 7 years.
Mm-hmm.
Like I will kill them all.
Player base.
I will destroy them all. Actually, if that's the case, I welcome them because I'm actually kind of bad. So bring on the scrubs.
Right. Fresh fish.
Yeah. It'd be great.
Then we get, the Division Heartland is gearing up for another testing phase.
Okay, and Heartland is the free-to-play division that's ironically being made by Ubisoft Red Storm, who is the original developer of Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six.
Right.
Way back in the day.
Yeah. Division Heartland, free-to-play game set in the world of Ubisoft Massive's Tom Clancy.
So I saw a little bit of a video on this, and even though it was the Division, you know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of Microsoft's State of Decay, but without the zombies.
Okay.
That's what it reminded me of. Time will tell, I suppose.
Heartland will have another testing phase, and players can sign up now.
Okay.
The Division 2 Season 10, Price of Power, will have agents hunting down General Peter Anderson.
Don't know who the fuck that is because I didn't play Division 2.
A True Sons leader trying to ally with the Black Tusk.
Where the... Okay.
People that know that, cool. The Division Resurgence, a mobile spin-off, is accepting signups and is in the next testing phase.
So, I actually was super stoked about a mobile Division because I could see that entire gameplay like fitting well on mobile. And it is that. However,
what?
I watched the trailer and it is just the PvP, PvE, what they call the Dark Zone from the first game put on mobile. And the Dark Zone is a truly awesomely cool concept. It is also a hard as fucking nails. Just the risk reward is almost not worth it kind of thing. And so the fact that it's that mode specifically on mobile.
Well, it says Dark Zone and Conflict.
I don't know what Conflict is. Maybe that was something they added to one of the games. But it's just like I don't know. I don't know who wants that. No.
I don't know who wants mobile shooters. I don't understand this market. Like, I've tried playing stuff on my phone.
So, I've played a couple of things on my phone. But they were specifically mobile first-person shooters. I played a game called... As I look at my phone now, because I don't remember what it's fucking called. I've played Call of Duty Mobile. I actually had a pretty good time with it, surprisingly. And I've played... Nova is a pretty good fucking first-person shooter.
I played Nova. I didn't like it. I didn't like the way it played on mobile at all.
Okay. And I played Shadowgun Legends, which is the Destiny Borderlands ripoff. But it's a pretty solid one, actually. And they play good. Like, if you want a little shooter fix, you know, boot up one of those. You know, I just don't know who's... And again, it must not be aimed at us, right? Like, that's the only thing I can think. Right. The only thing I can think is...
And I don't mind like a mobile shooter, but a mobile PvP shooter, that's where it's just like...
Yeah, it's weird.
It's such a very, like... Every PvP game that I know now has an issue with population and matchmaking.
Right? Exactly.
And you're going to be this niche?
Well,
okay.
We must be, like, the only thing I think is that
we're going to populate everything with bots like they did with Fortnite for a while.
The only thing I can think is that we're old, Nate, and that the kids who are playing Fortnite on their phone, playing Call of Duty on their phone, and phones inherently, potentially have the biggest market.
Sure.
Because you might not have a PC, you might not have a console, but you sure as fuck got a phone. And
yeah, well, I mean that's
that's what I'm saying.
They're doing with the Stadia and Luna.
Sure,
getting everything off the console.
Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah, shall see.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of.
All right, Riders Republic is teaming up with Vans and it's getting BMX biking. Okay.
Okie doke. That's that like multi-sport one. It's like biking and snowboarding and parasailing and like it's a bunch of stuff, but you can do it like somewhat seamlessly. Like you can bike ride to like a skate park and then skate park off a mountain to then skydive to then snowboard or some stuff. It looked really fun and supposedly it was reviewed pretty well.
Okay.
So some people must be playing it. That kind of seemed like one that should have been free to play. Just like a long time ago. I'm just saying. Just seems like one of those things.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess in that sport, Vans is the brand to be.
Sure. I guess if you're a person who gives a shit about Vans.
Right.
I am not one of those people.
The Crew 2 is getting ice tracks for the first time.
So here's my problem with the Crew.
Here's my problem with racing games and ice tracks.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Don't do it.
That's a bad time unless you're playing Mario Kart.
Right.
I don't know why, unless you're on PlayStation, you would want to play the Crew 2 over like Forza Horizon. Because there's just no competition there. Like, the Crew was built on the original premise of you can drive from LA to New York and you can go all over the entire fucking country and all the roads and all the stuff. I've played both. 2 is a little better. It is a gross condensation of the United States.
Right.
You know, like, I loved that Seattle was landlocked. That's cool. Cool. Like, I don't know why if that's what you're trying to build your game as, like, this is our hot feature, drive on the roads, you know, or whatever.
Right.
And it's not even fucking close. It's like, you know, for all this shit, like, Grand Theft Auto, right, has a better approximation of LA than most fucking video games.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what the fuck? So, I don't know.
Trying too hard. Yeah, and trying to basically say, we've got the entire United States in a game. It's like, anyone that designs maps is like...
See, at least with Flight Sim, it's like they're pulling the map data and the geo data and all that stuff. And it's like, okay, yeah, no, they really are pulling that. And it really is an approximation of the real world. And it's a closer one than the Crew 2 could ever hope to fucking be.
Right. But yeah, and even that breaks down.
Yeah.
If you try to land anywhere outside of an airport.
True.
All those things that look beautiful from, 2,000 feet. Look
sure.
Real
even if you've got the 4K Ultra HD assets.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Getting more brown stuff.
Yeah, more brown stuff.
Mythic Quest Season 3 gets a sneak peek.
Okay, so I'm actually excited about this because this show's actually fucking great.
I've heard nothing bad about
it. It's funny because the show is from one of the creators of Everything Sunny in Philadelphia, which is a show that I personally find funny. Not everybody does. And the first season initially has some of that humor, but then it evolves into... It is a funny workplace drama about video games and is strangely produced by Ubisoft for Apple TV, which is those are just some weird... It's like, all right,
You're going to make
the guy from Everything Sunny in Philadelphia, that's FX, it's owned by Disney now, is doing a project that's produced by Ubisoft Television exclusively for Apple TV. Like, that's just such an odd combo. But what they do so well in that show is they have some pretty sneaky, like, dark drama shit in the show. So they make you laugh, and then they make you go, huh, and then they make you go, oh, I'm sad now, and then they bring you back up, and it's a fucking fantastic fucking combo. So it's great that show exists, and they have some really good... Their jokes about the video game industry are way more on point than pretty much, at least how it's portrayed sometimes in other TV or media or stuff like that.
Right.
It's good stuff, and they've got they've got insane guest stars like fucking Anthony Hopkins and shit like that. And it's like, what the fuck is he doing in this show? That's like irreverent and, it's funny because I feel like they're allowed to go places in humor that you probably wouldn't be allowed to go to on a major network or a major streaming platform, even though Apple is. It's funny. I'm just putting out the show is that they have like an HR girl and she's African American, and they make fun of her for being African American, But then she's also just like, I work in fucking HR, you fucking douchebag. Right. Who do you think I'm gonna report you to? Like, and it's hilarious. Like, just the stuff that they touch on is like the kind of stuff that you would think would not be touched in today's landscape. And God bless them for going that way. And the show's fucking great. Like, there's like a whole storyline that's like actually super fucking dark with they have this like guy who's a little bit of a play on George R. R. Martin, who writes the stories for their video games, but he hasn't released his last fantasy novel, and people have been expecting it for like 15 years now or something like that. And it's like, it's the social commentary is fantastic.
They're not even trying not to be R. Martin in this case.
Yeah, basically. But it's a fantastic show. I know it's locked to Apple TV Plus, but if you're a gamer, or if you're a Sunny fan, the show's fucking gold. I'm really pleased with the show.
I'll have to check it out if we renew our Apple Plus whenever the next Lasso comes out for the wife.
Oh yeah, man, it'll be the final Ted Lasso. Sad. Oh, I have a Wawa somewhere.
Wah, 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 wah.
Yeah, where is it? Probably on page like
Brawlhalla is crossing over with Castlevania. Basically getting two characters from Castlevania. Brawlhalla.
Yeah, I think it was Belmont and Alucard. So the thing that's funny about that is those characters are in Smash Brothers.
Okay.
And it's just like, okay, interesting. People are still playing Brawlhalla, huh? Okay. I played it for a time. It was all right.
Netflix and Ubisoft are partnering on a live-action Assassin's Creed adaptation alongside 3 mobile games based on code names.
Okay.
But it's getting live action as well.
So those 3 are getting live actions? Is what you're reading?
Alongside 3 mobile games based on Assassin's Creed, Valiant Hearts, and
I don't know what Mighty Quest is.
Netflix and Ubisoft partnered to develop not only a live-action adaptation of Assassin's Creed, but also 3 Ubisoft mobile games for its players with a Netflix subscription. Valiant Hearts, roguelike inspired by Mighty Quest for epic loot, and a new Assassin's Creed game. Games will be free on the Netflix app. So it's a Netflix game.
Wait, what?
These games will be free on the Netflix app for those with the subscription. No ads or in-app purchases.
The Assassin's Creed games?
Apparently. Or the Ubisoft games.
Like all of the Ubisoft games?
No, just these 3.
These 3 that aren't out yet.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
They're trying to make Netflix gaming a thing.
They sure fucking are. I don't know about that one. Where the fuck is this wah-wah? The joke passed a long time ago.
Ubisoft Plus celebrates its 3rd anniversary with a gift to PC, Stadia, and Luna players.
Cool. I feel so included.
Access free until October 10th. This will let them play over 100 Ubisoft titles.
I feel so included.
You have a Gmail account. You can
no.
Get Stadia.
No, I don't need to try that ever again. Where the fuck is this fucking thing? I literally pressed it before we got on. I don't know where this thing is.
That trombone?
Damn, son, you just hit with the wow effect.
Okay, that was not it.
Probably sad trombone.
You'd think, but oh wait, trombone? There we go. It just says trombone. It doesn't say sad, so I wasn't whatever.
And that's everything from the
Okay. Well, the last piece of gaming, which is really tech. So there's a third version of the PlayStation 5.
Yeah, I saw that video.
Guess what? It's better. It's actually better.
Kinda, yeah.
By 50 watts, which is a pretty big deal.
Or?
I think it's a big deal. As someone whose circuit breaker is blown when I play my PS5.
Right.
Yeah, 50 watts is a big fucking deal.
It runs just as hot as the first gen. Just it runs hot everywhere instead of in just that one.
Well, and don't forget that they also added some kind of shielding and or cooling to the NVMe slot.
Right. Yeah. It was a very odd look.
Yep.
And I love how they kept focusing on it's a whole pound lighter. How many people care?
Do you know how fucking heavy the fucking console is?
Yeah. It's like 8 pounds.
It's fucking ridiculous.
Or sorry,
no,
it's
I
like
think,
9 pounds. It's now down to 8.
I think it's like 15, the original. Or at least the first two. I'll look it up. Model 2. How heavy is my console?
10 series. 1000 series. PS5. But yeah, I guess he had in the video you posted in the Discord, he had all 3 of them and he put them all on a scale. It was like, sure, it's heavy. Am I schlepping it around everywhere that a pound is going to matter?
So if it's got a disc, it's 10 pounds.
Okay.
If it's digital, it's 8.6 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe he was tearing apart the digital.
Yes.
Yeah. It's still heavy. Wait. Okay. So what's the Series X? Hang on. Series X.
What's my PC weigh? A lot more.
A lot more. Oh, Series X is 9.8. But at least it's fucking compact. Sorry.
So I don't understand why that's such a feature unless you're constantly backpacking your Which if anyone tries to backpack a PS5, that's a real damn big backpack.
Well, and so here's the thing too, like with that, like it's got those fucking fins.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and they're designed to like you like pop them in. So if they're in a backpack, I feel like they would like pop off while you're transporting it.
Sure. Yeah. It's not designed to be portable. So weight should not be a factor. Unless it's god awful, like it was 52 pounds, now it's 38. Right? You won't break your IKEA shelf with this one.
You know, all I'm saying is there's something to be said about portability. That's all I'm fucking saying.
You are absolutely correct for something that was designed to be portable.
True. But they're winning, so.
Sure. And if the next Switch comes out and says it's 4 grams lighter.
Right? Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't want my Switch to be lighter. Well.
Wait, it's a sign of quality.
So 2 things. Number 1, because we've all talked about this, or at least I've talked about this on the podcast before, that I play in bed with a claw holding the fucking thing over my head. Right. Occasionally it slips out of the claw. And having that much weight hit you in the face is equivalent to getting a fucking iPad hit in your face. Not fun. And then the other one, which I should probably mention, so I did my first extreme, totally didn't want to do drop test for my Nintendo Switch OLED. And it fucking cartwheeled down my staircase.
Carpeted, at least?
Yes, thank God.
Clatter, 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 clatter.
So this terrified me because I have dropped my previous original Switch a couple of times, and every time I've dropped it, I fucking straight up broke something. Home repairable. And I've sent my original Switch away for 2 repairs. and it still ain't quite 100% white, right? So when I dropped my OLED, which so far has been pristine because I did get it this year, I was mortified. I was also mortified because I was playing Xenoblade Chronicles and I hadn't saved in a while, so I was like, no. But then it like cartwheeled like that fucking snowball effect where it goes like even faster, and then it and then I've got a slight L at the end of my stairs, so the last 2 steps, it fucking clacked against the wood so fucking hard, and I was like, oh god. Came downstairs so slow. It's like, oh, please be okay. 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 And to my surprise, 100% okay. So either I feel 3 things worked in my favor. Number 1, you were right. My stairs were indeed carpeted. Thank you, half weird ass shag carpet. Number 2, when it cartwheeled, I had my Joy-Cons on, so it cartwheeled hitting the Joy-Cons rather than the core console. So I think that perhaps helped. And number 3, I have a Switch OLED that by all accounts is built like a brick shit house in comparison to the original Switch.
Right.
With much metal and much glass. So. But yeah, I was fucking terrified. I was like, oh god. I was like, fuck, is the fan fucked? Is it gonna turn on?
Right.
Did I crack the screen?
Yeah, you always go to the screen and then it's like, okay, what little ribbon cable just came attached inside?
Well, and like I said, from the previous damage on the original Switch, like when I've dropped it, like I've straight up like damaged the connector that connects to the Joy-Con, and they don't connect anymore. That's happened. Fell off of a fireplace onto brick. That was not good. Another time, I think it just slipped out of my hand and I like chipped a big old chunk out of the corner of the plastic of it, and it like fucked the little hatch that you put the game card in. So I was like, I was prepared for something to be broken. So far, everything's a-okay. So it was mortifying
though. I've already dropped the foldy phone a few times, and it's like every time it's just new tech. I don't know what this is, right? Am I gonna pick it up and only half the screen works?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like if it failed, the whole screen would fail, right?
I think so.
I would think.
You would hope so.
Yeah, I don't know. Speaking of that, since I saw it, I didn't watch it, but I hear that the new Fold is not as durable as your Fold.
I've been hearing that too.
And they're like, huh, that sucks. So my understanding is that they made it a little less durable to make it fold better.
To keep the profile down. Because it is a chunk.
Yeah. All right. That's game. That's games. We got 2 categories less. Let's see whether we land in tech or entertainment. Nope, we already did air. Nope, we already did air. Stop it. What's Earth? Okie dokie, tech.
All the Apple stuff. All right. I'll see you tomorrow while Tim rants and raves about all the new features his Apple phones are getting.
So I just want to clarify. I am staying with my iPhone 13 Pro. However, due to a thing that I am forbidden from talking about on this podcast, for
fantasy?
Yes, high fantasy. We are getting Series 8 watches. I am not getting the newest, the adjacent Apple Watch that we'll be talking about in a minute. So I don't know. Let's play a little little choice here. Do you prefer me to talk about the iPhone, the watch?
The only thing
AirPods
on there that I was AirPods. Get out of here with that stuff. That's I've already heard reviews on the voice quality on those in noisy environments, and like these are garbage.
Oh, and the new ones?
Yeah, they're just absolute garbage in noisy environments. You can hear just fine.
Sure, not talking about the old ones.
It's like if you're using them to listen to music, they're great. If you're using them for phone calls, make sure you have a quiet
room. Okay.
Yeah, new AirPods Pro.
So
knock that one right off the list.
All right, cool. So Nate's already a hater. I'm a big fan of the original AirPods Pro. The new AirPods Pro has longer battery life. It's got an H2 wireless chip, which is streaming to both earbuds, and not just one that's then mimicked. They have supposedly twice the noise cancellation. They've also got a active transparency mode now, which is supposed to self-adapt as you're going. They pointed out walking on a street, there's a jackhammer, and it cuts out the jackhammer while still being able to hear your surroundings.
So all the things my Samsung buds currently do.
Sure. In fairness, AirPod Pro's kind of old now at this point, so it's been a long time coming for an update.
And again, good.
A thing that threw me though with the AirPods Pro was I didn't hear anything about more sweat or some kind of like
the IP rating.
Yeah, like no IP rating, and it's because the original AirPods Pro are not IP rated, but people have found out that you can basically fucking go swimming with them and they're fucking fine. Not that you should, but I was kind of surprised about that because, a lot of people, joggers, and for me, unfortunately,
you get a little sweaty.
I get sweaty and, shit gets goopy and it sucks and I got to clean them off and all that sort of stuff. And, I don't know. And especially, for this state, like I want headphones. Like I've wrecked so many headphones being out in the rain. Yeah. And so it's like, I want a little bit, give me like 5 minute, 10 minute, 15 minute, whatever rating, whatever the lowest IP rating is, please. Another thing that shocked me was that the design was very, very minimally changed from the AirPods Pro. And I get it, with buds that are this small, there's only, they can either go round, right, like the Pixel or Samsung buds, or they can go weird,
bean shaped,
or they can go like how the AirPods have been kind of looking with the stem,
which everyone knows that it's good marketing and branding.
Sure,
and they're AirPods.
Yeah. So the other big thing with this was they have replaced the infrared ear detector with some other new sensor that is supposed to detect flesh way better than infrared, which is fine because infrared's kind of janky. Always has been, always will be. As someone who deals with infrared sensors on a commercial basis. Yeah, fuck that shit.
So better meat sensors.
Yes, better meat sensors. These now have quick charging on them, and the case itself got a pretty substantial upgrade. It now has it's basically got the AirTag technology built into the case so that you have near field or high band field locating. It's got a speaker in it so that you can
ping the case.
You can ping the case.
Yeah.
Yes, and then because each bud has its own wireless channel, they've had a feature for a while where you can ping the buds if they're out of the case, then they'll just emit a screeching sound so that you can try to find them if you lost them in a couch or whatever.
One,
yes, it'll do a different sound. Yeah. which is nice. All right, that's fine. They added a strap holder that you can put on, which whoop-de-doo. From my perspective, I already have a fucking silicone case that has a strap with it.
Right.
Okay, cool, fine. And really interestingly, the case supports lightning charging, key charging, and for the first time will also support an Apple Watch charger. And I was like, huh, okay. That makes sense for this particular product. A little bit odd.
Nice quality of life stuff.
Yeah, it's like, oh shit, I forgot my, it's like, oh, it does any of the three. Okay, cool. Sure. Why not? So that's AirPods Pro, $250. I think they're on sale now. Nate says they suck. Fine, I guess.
They suck. A little overhyped.
Okay. Fair enough. I haven't heard anything specifically saying that their phone call quality is shittier than the first gen. So we shall see, since I do use AirPod Pros for work.
Well, it's not on your end. It's on whoever you're talking to. They've got to be ballsy enough to go, your phone sounds like shit, bro.
Yeah. Well, so it goes. All right. Other watch or phone?
The only thing in here that I'm keen and curious on is other watch. That old.
So, first of all, did you watch the thing I sent you on that? Kind of a cool video, right? So, Apple has made a new class of Apple Watch. They are calling it Apple Watch Ultra, which the memers were immediately quick to point out, haha, Apple's now stealing Samsung's titlings.
Well,
yeah, what goes around? They seem to trade off every couple of every quarter decade. So they've introduced,
and for once, I'm going to say Apple might have actually someone to the.
Oh yeah, which feature?
The fact you can dive with it.
Yeah, that's a sure. So the Apple Watch Ultra. Yeah,
this is a watch you can actually wear everywhere.
So, all right. So let me read the features here first of all. So the Apple Watch Ultra is an extremely ultra fucking rough and rugged Apple Watch to all fucking get out. Where's just a fucking, I'm looking on their website here. It's giving me the fucking fancy scrolling. I just want the fucking. So it's basically the shape of a normal Apple Watch, and they have confirmed that the original it is backwards compatibility with the bands, which a lot of people were wondering because the watch is very big. It is not a small boy. It is not a thin, or not even, I would argue it's not even a pretty piece of Apple technology. It is a function over form, built for the extreme watch. It is what the fuck is the thing?
At a premium. It looks like it's a little more elongated than a standard Apple Watch.
So I've seen a lot of people hold it up in videos now in tech reviews, and basically it's like the roundness of the watch, but the actual face, it comes out basically kind of like in a little camera bump, and the bottom is bigger.
Okay.
So it elongates out that way.
Gotcha. Yeah, I like that raised edge on it.
So my initial reaction to this was that it's a fucking ugly watch. Upon seeing it more in videos and people feeling it in their hands and stuff, I can see the compromise between beauty and we have to build this like a brick shit house. So first of all, it is in ridiculous titanium, which I'm a big fan of. I personally love titanium. My Halo wedding ring is built out of titanium, and even though it's scuffy if you get right up to it, it is, it's a fucking fantastic material. It has all of the features of this year's Series 8 and many, many, many more features. So we'll save the Series 8 features specifically for the Series 8. It has a redesigned crown that is recessed into a chunk of metal that is guarding it. Its ridges on the crown are built bigger specifically for getting captured on gloves or if you've got shit on your hands, so that because one of the things, and I know this because I work in the field with an Apple Watch, is the crown is a beautiful piece, but the little slivers to grip it are extremely thin. And so if you have dirt on, it can be a little slippery, and gloves that can be somewhat problematic to turn. I personally work with gloves and use it all the time. I don't have a problem, but whatever. It has 3 microphones, 2 speakers. It has the side button that is also recessed into the protective bump of titanium. And it has a third button, which they are dubbing the action button, that is user programmable to a variety of features. And both the ECG ring on the crown and the action button are in what's called an international orange, which is, I guess, a real standard. Yep. I had no fucking idea. The watch comes in at 49 millimeters, which is substantially bigger than the 42 millimeter Apple Watch, which is their largest size. It has a water resistance of 100 meters. It is tested to mil STD 810H. It has an IP6X dust resistance. It has what else does it have?
86 decibel siren.
Yeah, it has an 86 decibel siren. So they specifically use this as an example of if you're getting attacked, you can basically blow the rape whistle or whatever. Or if you're hurt, can't speak, it's a siren that oscillates between SOS and the standard. What is it called? There's a word for the pattern for the SOS. Fuck. I should know this. Come on, Boy Scout. God damn it. There's a word for the specific pattern that's not also called SOS. But it's the SOS dot pattern thing in sound. And so it alternates between a high-pitched frequency that can be heard for quite a distance and the SOS. It has a 200 nits display, which is Jesus. Right. Jesus, that's bright.
You can use this thing as legit a flashlight.
Which is fine. There's a flashlight app on the watch, and it works pretty good, in my opinion. I've used it on more than one occasion, but this is like some serious, I believe the idea behind such brightness is when you're in extreme sun, you have to be able to see the display. They have designed a special mode at nighttime that removes all of the blue out of the screen, I guess, to help with pitch black environments and stuff like that, which is pretty
blow out your eyeballs.
Which is pretty fucking cool.
The actual standalone.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. And this is a big thing, and also really somewhat surprising that it's not in this year's iPhone or iPhone Pro. So specific to the Apple Watch Ultra, they have a dual frequency GPS specifically to combat two problematic scenarios that Apple has heard about with both the watch and the phone. On their press conference, they specifically cited, you are fucking in bumfuck nowhere from civilization, and the only thing you've got is GPS, and you need it to be accurate so you can get home. And number two is, apparently, when you're marathon running in super dense urban environments, the GPS can get a little spotty due to the buildings.
Right.
The dual GPS is supposed to overcome these features. And other reviewers that were looking at this were saying that it perhaps, depending real world testing, has Garmin beat for their ultra rugged sports watch. Which I just want to point out, which I guess is a little bit of a life story, is super funny because, we had all these talks about my new Apple Watch bands because I totally fucked my old ones. And so I was at my chiropractor's a couple weeks ago, and he's a marathon runner. And he was like, oh, you got a new Apple Watch? And I was like, no, it's just a new band. And he's like, yeah, I love everything about the Apple Watch. He's like, except it just kept giving me inaccurate data on my runs. I was like, oh, that sucks. I asked him, I was like, oh, did you fucking train it right? Did you do these things? Blah, 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 to get the right setup for the thing. And he's like, yeah, I think so. But like, I don't know. He's like, and he had that like extreme sports Garmin on. He's like, yeah, I went with this Garmin. And he's like, I love the Apple Watch. He's like, but I'm a marathon runner. I need to know like how I'm doing.
Right.
And he's like, so I went with this and like, it's awesome. So he's like, until Apple does something like that, like I'm not going to go back. And it's funny because I think I'm seeing him this week and I'm going to bring up this watch. I was like, well, looks like they were reading your mind, man.
Yeah. Other than thing is, it's beefy, but it's beefy expensive too.
Well, but not really. If you compare it directly to the Garmin Extreme line, it's super comparable.
Is it really? Okay.
Yeah, the Garmin stuff is $500, $700, $800, depending on the model you get. And this is, what is this? Is this 7 or 800? You're gonna spend 6 or 7 just to get the stainless steel version of the Apple Watch. So it's really only like $100, $150 more. It's not a big jump. I honestly am super shocked at how many hundreds lower it is than 1,000, considering it's Apple.
True.
Yeah. So supposedly they showed at their conference specifically that they have so many speakers on this device so that you can hear it during a wind, rainstorm, or snowstorm. So you can make a call to somebody and they can hear you. So a lot of these mics are pulling some serious noise canceling duty and isolation. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's pretty cool. Yeah, the siren stats on it is it's 86 decibels. Yeah, or 880 meters away. That's fucking nuts. 3 microphone array. Let's see. Okay, so this is a big thing. So they worked with a company that I guess makes scuba diving computers specifically. Yeah. And there is an app, a special app you can get for this watch that works in conjunction with how the watch was designed, where it can be a real-time depth gauge dive computer up down to 40 meters, which also reads the water temperature and shit. Like, what the fuck? So that's pretty cool. It's not something I would ever have. A big thing, if anybody's considering this Apple Watch for, I guess, regular ass use, the battery. For the first time ever in an Apple Watch, it can get 36 hours of normal use, whatever they're qualifying as normal use is. and 60 hours on a low power mode, which everybody and their dog has pointed out will not launch when the watch launches in a week or two. It is a software update down the line. They have 3 special bands specifically for each type of extreme activity that you could do. They have an alpine loop that is designed to not come off your wrist if you fall, roll down a mountain, or whatever. Because they even made a thing in the press conference of, but what good is a supercomputer watch if it falls off of you when you need it the most?
Right.
And it's like, that's fair. That's 100% a fair point. So they have an alpine loop, which is like this braided mountaineer looking thing. They have a trail loop that's built specifically for runners and sweat and endurance. And then they have an ocean band. It's kind of a weird looking band, but they said that it was designed specifically to go over a scuba gear set and not slide on scuba gear. And I guess it's a lot more elastic than other bands are. So it's like, okay, if you're into that kind of stuff, sure. Let's see what else can it do.
That the 8 can't do?
I'm looking.
I've got the side by
side. The Apple Watch Ultra, and I didn't know this because I have an Apple Watch 4, but apparently since the 5 series they've added a compass app to them, and the Apple Watch Ultra has this really fucking sick interface called wayfinding, where you can drop pinpoint beacons along the way so you can find your way. And I loved the interface for this because anybody who's played Astroneer looks almost fucking identical. And I was like, huh, all right. I mean, it works. It does work. So I thought that was super sick. And having been a Boy Scout and Eagle Scout and been trapped on a mountain and been in fucking some crazy ass situations, if I had a thing like this when I was a fucking kid, holy shit. I mean, I probably would have gotten stranded on a mountain during a blizzard. That's for fucking sure. Like, no, for real. Like, it's a super cool that Apple is exploring a, whether it's a niche area, time will tell.
It is definitely outside of the box, which is not something I'm used to.
Yeah, it's really not Apple-y. Like, it's cool that they're really trying something super different.
Not
it's
just waiting to see what everyone else does and sells and goes, oh, those work.
Right, and sometimes Apple's a follower, and other times Apple, tries to innovate in areas, and this is one of the times, especially the past several years where maybe they've been doing less innovating, apart from maybe their chips, where it's like, okay, that's an interesting step, nobody else is in this space except for Garmin, right? Like,
basically,
who the hell else is making a watch that's extreme sportable?
Right.
I was trying to find the thing. Oh, there it is. So this, and I think this is pretty cool, knowing how computers work and their temperature limits. So the Apple Watch Ultra will operate minus 20 Celsius to 55 Celsius. Like, that's an accomplishment, in my opinion. However the fuck it does that, like, that's some cool shit, because titanium is not really heat transducive.
So that's minus 20 Celsius.
Yes. You want to translate that into English for everybody else?
-4 degrees.
Fuck me. And what's 55 Celsius?
131.
Jesus. So Californians, it's fine. Well, how hot does it get in Death Valley?
120s.
Okay, well there you go.
Yeah, again, I'm impressed with something Apple did.
Oh, another thing, it carries a internationally recognized standard for diving accessories, EN 13319 certified. So it's fucking. Yeah. By all accounts, it is a literal beast. Yeah.
So let's get into the rest of the watch since we're already on this.
Okay. So Apple Watch Series 8.
Which is what the Ultra is.
Ultra can do
expanding upon
everything the 8 can. So, number one big new feature. It is going to have temperature sensing. It's having wrist temperature sensing and also ambient temperature sensing for both your own statistic purposes, so you can know, and then also to error correct your own body temperature. It has a slew of features specifically if you are female for ovulating, missed periods, cycle tracking, and if you have a symptom called PCOS. That has to do with female body bits.
Yes.
It has, of course, it has ECG. It has blood oxygen level. A new feature it has, which I'll just talk about now that the entire iPhone 14 line is also getting. It is getting a G-force sensor. Basically, it is a different classed accelerometer that detects G-forces for impacts, car crashes, other crashes, etc. They've had fall detection and stuff and watch on the wall for a while now, but this is specifically for car crashes and stuff and like really extreme stuff. As Apple stated, they did extensive testing on this, and they said, while this is a thing, it's a thing we hope you never see.
Right.
For obvious reasons. But I personally think like that's actually really cool. Like nobody else is doing that at all. And that just, that just seems like another
at least not on the watch.
Neat safety. I mean, are Android phones doing a G-force sensor?
I have crash detection through apps on my phone. I don't know if I'm using actual G-force sensor or not on it, or accelerometers.
My guess would be not. Because my understanding of the way an accelerometer works is it's a square that then has a little bit of electricity and it detects the micron changes at angles. And so when you do a huge slam, it can't detect more than
right.
A certain
it knows
amount.
I moved that way.
Yeah.
Not at what speed or force.
Yeah. There's a bunch of enhancements to the workout features. Supposedly it can somehow detect the time that you spend with your feet like completely off the ground, like in a full run. Right. And I'm like, okay, I guess that's valuable to runners. I don't know. But that's a thing. Let's see. Any other new features this year? I'll note there is no new processor this year. That is a thing. Somewhat surprising since I believe there's been a new processor every fucking time.
Right.
So far.
Oh, they introduced the always on display on this
No, they had it on last year.
Did they?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, my mother-in-law
like
has one and was like, "Why is it always on?" I was like, "It's a new thing." She's like, "I don't like it. How do I turn it off?" I was like, "That's fair."
They were reporting it like it was.
That's weird because it was a last year thing.
Cool.
Just running through here to see if there's anything I missed. Well, they haven't had a temperature sensor before, so that's very new.
Which that's not
really. No, it's on my 4. That was the big feature on 4. They've had sleep trapping on the watches for now, even going all the way to my 4, but I don't really have the battery life for it.
boxes, that's nice.
That's new. That was the last year feature. The Series 8 is getting a energy saving mode too, just like the Apple Watch Ultra. And they were saying that you can get it was like 36 hours on energy saving, but they pointed out that that is perfect for sleep tracking. You enter that in before you sleep and it'll make it through and all that sort of stuff. The only thing that's a little questionable is nobody knows what exactly it disables, like what it limits your watch to in energy saving.
Right.
I'm sure we'll know soon enough since these things are out like now. Oxygen. The the high G-force accelerometer detects up to 256 Gs. That's a lot. Yeah, cool though. They've brought the fitness training stuff that's in iPhone to Apple Watch, which is not a big deal if you don't use that fucking shit, but you know, so it goes. Let's see, I got the figure right. Low power mode, all day battery life, 18 hours, or extend up to 36 with low power. I think that's it. I'm pretty sure.
Looking through
that's it. Oh, there's disabled. I'm looking at the bottom now. That's got all the things: cycle, high and low, regular, SOS, cellular.
R14 doesn't say what they turn off.
Yeah, to do a clarification on how bright the Ultra is in comparison to the regular Series 8. The Series 8 only goes up to 1,000 nits. Was that Ultra's 2,000? So that's this year's Apple Watch, of which I will be upgrading. So I'll have hands-on on that soon. And it'll be interesting because I'm at a 4, and 4 has rocked great for me. And I abuse my watches. So, but yeah, no, it was a real debate because I was like, oh man, do I want the Ultra? Because I know I beat the shit out of my watch. You know, but it's like, I don't really go camping a lot. It'd be cool if I went camping, but I don't know. I don't think the Watch Ultra is for people like me or you.
No,
I do not think so. But it's cool though. It's cool. All right, so that's the Watch Ultra. So then that brings us to the iPhone 14 line. Very, very modest upgrades for the base iPhone 14. The iPhone 14 is getting the same processor that is in my iPhone 13 Pro, which basically just means faster memory bandwidth, more GPU, better chip overall. Very, very powerful. It's got a new dual camera system. They've had a dual camera system for a while. Their big tout on this is a photonic, some buzzwordy thing that's supposed to be 2 times the main series of iPhone is now getting low light photo capability, because that's previously been exclusive to the Pro line.
Right.
So the baseline is getting that photonic thing. I should probably click on the thing so I don't speak on my ass. Regular 14. Jessica is getting an iPhone 14 because she is rocking a super fucking busted up iPhone XS, and it's her turn. God damn it.
All good. You'll get the next one.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we'll see. iPhone 14 comes in 6.1 inch and 6.7 inch. It has the smaller notch that the iPhone 13 Pro has. It is getting a minor Apple note. They are now calling the iPhone 14 and then the bigger iPhone 14, the iPhone 14 and the iPhone 14 Plus, not the Max. The Max name is now reserved for the Pro Max only, due to idiots being confused that the regular 14 is not actually quote unquote maxed out. Classic. They're touting their longest battery life ever. This is a big one. So this is for all iPhone 14s. For the first time ever, and this is, in my opinion, I don't think anybody is doing this on phones. For the first time ever, your iPhone can now work as an emergency SOS sat phone.
Yep.
And supposedly they'd been working on this for 5 years to get the infrastructure and the technology into satellites, and to also build appropriate relay stations to help with appropriate jurisdiction emergency services. They also built an app where if you are totally fucking fucked and off grid, the app will guide you to move the phone in synchronous with a satellite that is passing by,
right,
to send messages. Specifically, they're talking about
emergency services and search and rescue.
Yeah, they're talking about text messages, and because the way these services work, a regular text message is too small, so basically they have advanced questionnaires. Be like, hey, are you hurt? What's this? What's this? And what's being sent up to... It's funny because the way they described it works exactly like how an ARM instruction set works in comparison to an x86 instruction set. For those who are super geeky, you write a piece of instruction code for an x86 processor and it's direct, and usually they're kind of long, whereas an ARM processor is similar, but it's an abbreviation of that code because it basically has a library that knows, oh, you want me to do this. And so basically they're doing that with the sat phone stuff. So it's super cool. Like I'm just saying, again, going back to the Boy Scout thing, like if I had this kind of shit when I was a kid, trapped literally on a mountain in a freak blizzard,
the only
trying to...
I don't understand is why they put this in all. Like, that just seems like a feature, much like the Ultra Watch. You'd have to have a use case.
I think the point is they wanted everybody to have it. And also, on the back end of that, if you're looking from a marketing angle, there's not a ton going for the 14 this year.
Fair. Okay.
So it's like a big thing. Oh, it's one. Yeah, okay. That's fine. It's fine. I got it. It's fine. She's getting louder in our old age, okay? Regular iPhone 14 and iPhone 14 Plus.
So just an update on that real quick.
Yes.
I was wondering. Satellite.
Yes.
Available in November 2022.
Uh-huh.
Service is included for free for 2 years with the activation.
Yes.
So it's going to be something that if you have that phone more than 2 years.
I think it'll be optional.
Right.
But my understanding, based on having watched the press conference, because it did sound kind of like a lot with like satellites and literally setting up relay stations and physical people manning stuff, that this is like a huge undertaking. And they're basically like, hey, we want you to use this feature, but we don't want you to have to use this feature, but it's there. But if you really need it and you're an adventurer, later we're going to charge you for keeping the fucking upkeep.
Right.
Which, fair. You know, if it's like, okay, I know I'm going to go into the fucking wilderness, turn it on for a week or a month or whatever the fuck.
Right.
Whatever the fuck it becomes in 2 years, you know? And an interesting note of that wasn't in the press conference, but Elon Musk is a very loud Twitter figure. He mentioned that they have had advanced talks with Apple about getting them to work with the Starlink satellites as well. But he said that they're several years off, at least, for getting that whole thing plus software and everything copacetic. I was like, oh, cool. Makes sense. He's always fucking launching satellites. I actually saw 34 more Starlink satellites just got launched today.
Yeah. So, I missed today's.
You know,
where did it launch out of this time? Still Vandenberg? Or?
It was a tweet. It didn't have, it just said successful launch of 34 satellites. Okay. I don't know. I didn't scroll. So that's the iPhone 14. Moving on to the Pro, of which I will not be upgrading to this year because my 13 Pro is totally fucking fine. So let's get the elephant out of the room. I've said, so the iPhone 14 Pro has a pill hole punch out as opposed to the notch. So the screen wraps around the top, and they have dumbly called this UI thing that floats around the punch out, disguising it. And they've called it the Dynamic Island. Now, we here at Dynamicworksproductions are no stranger to the word dynamic.
Apparently, they've already gotten Doom running on it.
What?
Someone already coded Doom to run in the Dynamic Island.
Well, of course they do. They got Quake working on an Apple Watch last week. Which I was very sad that was not a thing that I could download and try. Because I was like, yeah, I'd fucking play Quake on my watch. Hell yeah.
It already doesn't make it through a whole day. Let's make sure we can play games on it and kill it on the drive into work.
Yeah. So I hate the name. I absolutely fucking hate the name.
I hate
I can't,
everything about it.
I cannot believe that whatever marketing firm that Apple's hired is probably one of the most expensive and ergo, quote unquote, best in the world. And all they could come up with in the fucking boardroom was Dynamic Island. Wouldn't you like to go to the Dynamic Island? Dynamicisland.com. Like, what the fuck? What the actual fuck? The funny part, though, is I haven't seen the video on it yet, but Marquise Brownlee, huge tech influencer, very wise man, was like, it's a dumb name. He's like, but I'll be damned if this UI isn't actually fucking fantastic.
Really?
And I'm like, okay. I believe you, person who actually played around with it, and is pretty savvy with his stuff. The other big thing, and I thought that this was pretty special, and I want to preface this with stating I don't know what Android phones have always on displays. Do you know of Android phones having always on displays? Okay. My question then, Mr. Android aficionado, is do they go down to as low as 1 hertz refresh rate?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay. See, so I don't know.
Yeah, like
mine
basically just turns black and white. I saw there what they call an always on display, and it's much more customizable.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't imagine it doesn't. It needs a whole lot of refresh rate, unless you're counting seconds.
Sure. But yeah, 1 hertz. Jesus, that's
low power.
I don't know if Android has already gotten that low, but fuck, that's low. If it is, I don't. You can't get much lower than 1.
Right.
Like, I don't think you actually can. Like, it's illegal.
So my other, because I'm just
looking. Yep.
And trying to read up more on Dynamic Island.
Mm-hmm.
Meet the new face of the iPhone. They replaced the O with the Dynamic Island. iPhone.
My favorite one, Reddit already got to this like within hours of the conference, and it was a shot of Obi-Wan from the Obi-Wan Kenobi where he's holding up the fucking like goggles to go like look at something, and it's the fucking Dynamic Island, and he's like, oh, they're like, all right, we got the new wallpaper, we're good to go for the Dynamic Island. Like, Jesus Christ. Of course.
It's okay. Like, I get what they were trying to do, and it looks clever.
I mean, if I were Apple, I would definitely have done this UI thing, because I think that makes sense, because people would be like, oh, the pill kind of sucks. Dressing it up, that's right. A fine, pretty smart to the average consumer type thing. Because the fact of the matter is, Apple is not going to put that shit in an under display thing until the under display can match all of the ridiculous specs they already have for their screen now. Speaking of that screen, another big note, much like the Apple Watch Ultra, at max brightness, this too can reach 200 nits. Which is
2,000.
I'm sorry, 2,000. Yeah, you're right. Good call. One of us is drinking. One of us is not. You be the judge of which one it is. It's me. So this was interesting, and this did not have too terribly much fanfare. But the iPhone 14 Pro is the only one to get a new A-series chip, as the new A16 Bionic chip, 6-core CPU, 2 performance for efficiency, again with a 5-core GPU like last year's model, again 16-core neural engine like last year's. But the big thing, and I question this, because according to TSMC, they don't have this yet, but maybe they do for Apple, is this is a 3 nanometer chip. And as everybody knows, when you decrease nanometers, you increase power efficiency, you increase battery life, you increase the whole 9 yards, because that's how the science works. So I was a little bit shocked by that, and I think I maybe it was you who answered it on Discord. I was like, they said 3 nanometer. That's what they fucking said in their fucking conference. And
no, I didn't say that. Followed it.
Somebody said it, and they're like, well, if they said it, it can't be a lie, I guess. Because everything that I had heard rumors going into this, that they were going to be using a 4 nanometer plus, which is typically the way it's gone with TSMC chip manufacturing, which is when they don't have it down. They don't have the next nanometer yet, but they've got an improved version of the current nanometer. That's usually what they do as a stopgap until the next year. But I guess it could be for sure. It just seems weird because the next jump from 4 would have been 2. So I'm like, is it really 3?
Right.
Like, that's my question. So, yeah.
Now, did iPhones always have a 1 terabyte capacity option?
No. They got them last year with the 13 Pro. I know, because I have a 1 terabyte. It's glorious. It's fucking glorious. Especially because it's NVMe class. So fucking good. Because that was the whole thing last year, because they got the super fucking ProRes recording, and if you got below a 120, or if you got a 128, the 128 SSD model could not record that because it didn't have an NVMe class SSD in it, but the ones above it did. Odd,
right?
Thing, but okay. But I guess, if you're recording that much, it's probably like, what is it, like 8 gigs every 5 minutes or something? Like you'd burn up 128 in very quickly. So I would guess that would probably be what the thing was. Or the simple matter could have been last year, the 128 simply just wasn't NVMe class, didn't have the bandwidth, whatever. So the other big deal this year, joining Android, and Samsung has already fucking made a fucking billboard about this, which I honestly genuinely find some, not all, of Samsung's ludicrous, like, instant pokes at Apple super funny, because at least in this case, Samsung was 100% true. So for the first time, Apple finally has a 48 megapixel main camera. To which Samsung said, "Hey, Apple, 5 years ago says hello," or whatever their billboard says. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, exactly. He holds up his Samsung that has that. What I thought was interesting, and I would assume, I feel like I heard because I did watch the conferences for the Google shit. I feel like a while ago, when they had their single 48 megapixel sensor, that they did a thing where they were basically binning the pixels to basically take like good pixels. Yeah. So they're doing that too with this one, and you can do it in both. It's shooting with the 48 megapixel, but the image is 12 megapixel, but then it's like AI machine learned to the best pixels for that thing. They said, or you can shoot in RAW, which is also great, in my opinion. And then they said also, because of that, the what's the thing that I have on my 13 Pro that I love to use for work? The thing where you can look at macro. The macro. They said the macro is like 3x improved or something like that, which I guess makes sense. If you have more pixels, I guess you can zoom more. Or so. I don't fucking know how cameras work anymore. They take good pictures nowadays. Really, almost doesn't matter what phone you have. Almost. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And then, surprising everyone, including everybody who's actively suing Apple, Lightning port's still there, not USB-C. Since UK is suing for that, now Brazil's suing for that, I think Australia's suing for that, and everybody's suing for that now. And it's like, I get it. Universal standard, that's fine. I guess Apple just says no. I don't know.
So sue me.
They have the money to do that. Right? They're one of the few companies that's saying, yeah, okay. And
right,
like what are you gonna do?
Like, what are you gonna do? Sue me? Okay.
Yeah, it's like, okay, sure, whatever. Yeah, so that's it for iPhones this year. Little lackluster in the iPhone front, which I suppose is to be expected since 13 was kind of a blowout last year.
Yeah.
Solid upgrades for the base watch, especially those who are lagging behind on a Series 4, like myself. And then Watch Ultra, very unique move.
Yes.
Almost makes me wonder. Well, the thing that I also wondered was like, okay, I get the watch, and then I'm like, but why not make like a 14 Pro Ultra, like a ruggedized iPhone to go with that? You know what I mean?
Maybe this is the test market. That's a beefy price for watch. And if it sells and they go, oh, maybe we can justify the beefy price for the phone.
Yeah, maybe. I wonder. Yeah.
Start small. And again, like, it's been a while since I've been impressed by anything Apple's done. Something I'm just like, huh, who knew? Like, no one else is doing other than Garmin.
Yeah. Well, and I think...
And the Garmin watch sucks as a smartwatch outside of its Garmin.
Well, and I wonder, like, my real life example with my chiropractor, like, that's why he ditched the Apple Watch.
Yeah.
Was because he's a marathon runner.
You know, that's when he has his Garmin watch that doesn't really play nice with iPhone or I've gone Samsung because I have a Samsung phone. And
sure, and I'm sure it works great. Yeah.
But not with anything else.
If I had a Samsung phone, I'd totally have a Samsung watch.
Right? So it'd be like if I had this Garmin watch, like, okay, I'm going camping this weekend. Break out the Garmin watch.
Yeah.
Right? Not my everyday driver. This Ultra is something for everyday driver.
It could be, yeah. Yeah. I think that's tech. Is there anything else? Is there anything else happening in tech? Apple stuff?
PS5 better.
Yeah, it was kind of cross tech if we didn't get to it in video games. All right. Well, that leaves. Too much stuff. A lot of entertainment. I mean, we could probably discuss the Star Trek Day.
I was like, what am I watching?
Thoroughly underwhelmed.
Thoroughly underwhelmed by what they offered. Thoroughly underwhelmed by the production. Thoroughly underwhelmed by the musical guest.
So I want to be clear.
Did you watch any of it?
I didn't watch any of it. I got clips and I got quotes.
Yeah,
that's what I got because I was fucking busy with my van blowing up.
I happened to be laying in bed, not sleeping, and I was like, "Oh, this is happening today. Cool, I'll put it on." And like, I don't know, and I don't feel like I got a whole lot of data that required it being 3 hours.
Yeah, the summary list doesn't, in my mind, doesn't equate to 3 hours either.
And there was nothing really groundbreaking that I wasn't like, oh, okay. I wasn't expecting that. It was all stuff we knew was coming, and it was just like, okay, now we've got a date for it.
Yeah. I like that Prodigy is back in October. Have you watched that yet?
I've watched a couple episodes. I've tried to get my kids to watch it, but they won't sit down.
I mean, it is for them, but I also feel it's also totally 100% for us. Yeah, that show's fucking fantastic. It's back in the fall. I'm stoked, especially without spoiling since you haven't seen it. The surprise cliffhanger thing that happens in the end of the first season. Very excited to see how that resolves in season 2. Also stoked to see the beautiful fucking artistry that is this fucking show. Like, good God, the animation team is fucking piping some psychedelic colors, I tell you what, in the best possible way. So I'm stoked for that. I thought the quote from Kate Mulgrew, who plays Catherine Janeway in Star Trek, that she's had talks of a Janeway spin-off show in the style of Picard, was really cool. I also thought that her comment on, and also the fact that she was aware of it, that there is a division in the Star Trek fan base between old Trek and what is, whoever the fuck dubbed it, new Trek, NU. And she said,
now they're calling them Legacy.
Whatever the fuck.
Old Trek is now Legacy.
What the fuck ever.
Right.
I thought it was interesting that she said that she was aware of the fan base division between old Trek and new Trek, and that she could see how fans thought that, but said that both had value, and that when she signed on for Prodigy, that she got final say on what Janeway gets to say, and that talk is continuing for a potential Janeway show. And I was like, oh, I feel like she is shepherding her character beautifully in Prodigy. So I'm like, man, if she comes back, I would be so down for a fucking Janeway spinoff. Let's fucking go. Especially because wink wink nod nod, you should finish Prodigy. You don't know what other Voyager people show up in Prodigy. Wink wink nod nod, finish the series so I can talk about it.
Wink wink nod nod, never watched Voyager, so you're not spoiling anything.
God damn it. How have you not watched Voyager? It's like one of the best ones.
You're correct. And it came out when I was in my 20s. I wasn't doing a whole lot of sitting at home watching.
That's fine. That's fine.
I was a little... I chuckled at the character reveal for the final season of Picard.
I see.
Here's everyone with some gray. And not like natural gray. I did notice one glaring omission.
Oh, yeah?
Brent Spiner.
Of what?
No Brent Spiner.
For what?
For the the final season of Picard.
Oh, sure. But I mean, we've had enough. It's fine.
I guess it wouldn't make sense to have him aged.
100%.
Right?
Like, they got away with it barely in season 2 of Picard. Because he was once again playing the 80th ancestor.
Right.
I mean, I'm sure they'll find some fucking way in holodeck or fucking something. They got fucking everybody else back, right?
Basically.
Yeah, so that's the thing. I did like the little teaser for Picard season 3. That was nice. Looks good. Not a fan of them bringing that old ass fucking... I always thought it looked shitty type Enterprise from... I think it was like the last Captain Kirk old Trek movie / Generations.
Yeah.
Not a fan of that at all.
The Enterprise E.
I was like, no, that's yuck. I mean, it wasn't an Enterprise, and they've said that there will be 2 Enterprises in this show. So that'll be interesting. We'll see. Yeah, neat to see. I guess you don't care since you didn't watch Voyager. Neat to see 7 of 9 as a commander. That'll be cool. Yeah, I'm generally excited for that. Of course, I'm stoked for more Star Trek Strange New Worlds. But yeah, there wasn't really a whole lot. There wasn't like any like
more Discovery
announcements. Yep. I like Discovery.
Yeah, like it was underwhelming. I was okay. long, and it felt so strained.
I felt like the Comic-Con announcements were way stronger.
Yeah.
Like, for sure. So yeah, we'll see on that one. All right. Let's get into so much
Marvel.
So much. Did I not post a list? I could have swore I posted a list. I remember hitting send. Did it not get to the Discord? Oh, Christ.
Marvel Invasion.
No, there's a whole thing. There's everything announced for Marvel and Disney today. Yeah. Okay. But I don't see the list. Okay. I swear to God, I posted it, Nate. Because I watched all the fucking trailers with Jessica before we watched the movie.
You know what I watched all of? All of Cobra Kai. I binged season 5 in literally one day. It is so bingeable.
So I have a question as someone who is not seen the entire cinematic legacy of Karate Kid.
Mm-hmm.
Do I need to go see all those old films again to enjoy Cobra Kai?
No, but you'll miss
same.
Character.
I don't want to miss stuff. I don't want to miss stuff.
But it's just 1, 2, and
3. Not 4.
Not 4.
4 doesn't exist to the fandom.
No,
very
definitive.
Far as
the series.
As
far as Cobra Kai is concerned, if you watch 1, 2, and 3, because they finally 3 or from part 3 characters.
I see. Can you not just give me a fucking list, internet? God damn it. All right, I'm gonna Google.
Clickety clackety clickety clack.
Right. Here we go. Everything announced at Marvel's D23 panel. No, not Marvel's. I want all the panels. You fucking fuck.
Marvel, Star Wars.
You found one?
Yeah, it's the first link in the Indiana Jones 5 article.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Fucking Christ.
I was like, I'm going to read this Indy 5 trailer if I have to vamp while you're stuff up. Marvel, Star Wars, and 20th Century Studio panel. Everything revealed.
Okay. There we go. That's good.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, co-host. You could post this stuff too. All right, so there was a trailer for Mandalorian Season 3. I watched it. It looks fucking great, as usual. Really cool stuff in there. Getting a lot of Mandalore stuff. Those who watch Clone Wars looks like they'll be well rewarded. Watch trailer for Marvel's Secret Invasion, which looks fan-fucking-tastic. Super, super fucking excited for this. It's funny because there's a bunch of Reddit people who are like, please just give me a dark and gritty spy thriller in the style of Captain America Winter Soldier. Please, Marvel. Please, Marvel. Bro, you guys just got fucking answered. I tell you what. Because it looks dark and gritty, and then you've got aliens that can look like anybody, and you don't know who to trust. It's going to be great. Looks fucking fantastic. And plus, I'm a big Sam Jackson fan. I'm like, him finally getting lead instead of just being a literal shadowy background character.
Right.
Yo, do you guys know how fucking good of an actor Samuel L. Jackson is? He's fucking good. If you think he can't carry a series, you're out of your goddamn mind. And also, big surprise, looks like we'll have James Rhodes, Don Cheadle's character, in the show.
Brody. I
would guess they're using this show to help him set up his show for Armor Wars. That would be my guess. So super stoked for that. Marvel's Thunderbolts is coming, which has confirmed its supervillain team-up movie lineup. For those who don't know, Thunderbolts, if you want to equate it to like DC, Thunderbolts is like Marvel's Suicide Squad. My understanding is that the plan for this movie was super fucking different. As the comic book iteration of Thunderbolts always had Red Hulk in it, but unfortunately the actor who played Thunderbolt Ross, who becomes Red Hulk in the comics, he passed away, and my understanding is that they changed this drastically due to his passing. Which sucks, we're not getting any Red Hulk, but also, the actor passed away. So, so it goes.
Unless they recast.
Yeah, but that doesn't really work.
Working for Rhodey.
Working for Rhodey. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Also worked for Hulk, too, if you're watching She-Hulk. Which literally mentioned it, which was hilarious. I'm like a totally different person.
We finally got our filler episode
of She-Hulk.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't think it was filler at all.
Last one?
No. You're out of your mind if you think that's filler.
I think that was filler.
Nope. I think that potentially could set up a comedic version of Hell.
No, you're right, but it just it advanced the story very little in the time that it's been doing it.
That's okay. This series is longer than others, so we're fine.
Yeah.
We're fine. So anyway, the official Thunderbolt lineup for the MCU will be Julia Louis-Dreyfus's Valentina Allegra DeFontaine. Yep, who is going to make up a team of David Arbor's Red Guardian, Hannah John Kamen's Ghost, Wyatt Russell's U.S. Agent, Olga Kurylenko's Taskmaster. Kurlenko? Okay. Kurlenko's Taskmaster. Florence Pugh's Yelena Belova. Yep. And Sebastian Stan's Bucky Barnes / Winter Soldier.
No?
Sure. Why not? I mean, half the people in this team, so to put it into perspective from the comics, the original Thunderbolt team, and so I don't butcher it. So the original Thunderbolt team, going back to 1997, had people like had Baron Zemo. It had Red Hulk. It had Punisher. It had Venom, Elektra, Deadpool. It's had Goliath, who's actually already shown up in the MCU. In Ant-Man 2, it's had people like Justin Hammer. It's had people like
basically had everything.
Yeah, it's had a fair amount of questionable heroes and villains. A big one was Norman Osborn. I think he led the Thunderbolts at some point in time.
Marvel does do the anti-hero quite.
Yeah, they do it all right. I don't know if it's like the best, but sure. There was a behind the closed doors trailer of Loki season 2. Yeah, nothing particularly huge to say about that. There wasn't any footage of Daredevil Born Again, but I guess Charlie Cox was on screen, who plays Daredevil, and he says that it's going to be emotional and that it's going to be really, really emotional, whatever that means. Hard to say since the Netflix was super dark. There was a trailer for Star Wars Andor, and I've got to say, I have been shitting on Star Wars Andor since it was announced.
Why? Just because it's another fodder movie?
Because it's fucking related to Rogue One, and Rogue One is a piece of shit. Apart from Alan Tudyk's K2SO.
You're wrong.
Yeah, that's fine. I gotta say, I watched the Andor trailer. Looks pretty good. It looked pretty fucking good. It looks pretty all right. It is premiering September 21st with 3 episodes right out of the gate. I have no idea how many episodes are in the series. But
probably 6. Like every other, you're gonna get all 3 of them.
Like every, yeah. Okay, well, sure. Okay, sure. There was a trailer for the Marvels revealed behind closed doors. I saw a leaked video of it. It was nothing. It wasn't really anything to write home about. It was fucking Captain Marvel flying. It was other Captain Marvel flying, coming from WandaVision, and then it was a little bit of Kamala Khan, Miss Marvel. Yeah, it's okay. Fine. And then like a little bit of 3 actresses talking about, how they need to come together as a team. That's like, okay, that's fine. Just make a good movie, please. There was a new trailer, again behind closed doors, of Black Panther: Wakanda Forever. With a specific highlight on Angela Bassett's Queen Ramonda appearing at the end, saying, "The king is dead. The Black Panther is gone. They have lost the protector." There was, I think this is cool because I'm a big Indiana Jones fan. There's an Indiana Jones 5 trailer shown. Not in the list that we're reading, but I read a description of what was in the trailer. It showed Mads Mikkelsen's villain character dressed up in a Nazi garb. So he's playing a Nazi, everybody. And it showed apparently
Indiana Jones?
Yeah.
The villains are going to be the Nazis again?
Well, we can only do the Russians once. Was it? I guess they weren't Nazis in the second one. So it's every other movie that's Nazis, right? Because it was Nazis in the one. It was the demonic cult in 2, right? Himoleha. And then
Kalema.
Kalema. And then Nazis again. Then Russians. And now we're back to Nazis. Okay. Yeah, every other movie. We're good. But I guess someone described a scene where Indiana Jones was chasing someone on horseback through New York. And I'm like, okay, that sounds cool. Sure, why not? Just be good. Just please be good. It's for sure the last Harrison Ford Indiana Jones will get, since he's up there. Also super sad. John Williams is returning to score the movie, but he has announced that it is his final score, which is he's like 90 something.
Yeah, he just performed.
That's okay. You may rest, my friend.
Up the road for me.
You may rest.
Past the ring.
Yeah, you may rest. It's okay. There was a new logo for Captain America: New World Order. Oh, it actually says that Tim Blake Nelson, who first appeared in 2008's The Incredible Hulk as the leader / Samuel Stearns, will be returning to the MCU after 14 years in 2024's Captain America: New World Order. That's interesting.
Okay.
Did not know that detail.
Now, okay. Which Incredible Hulk was this one? Ang Lee or the Eric Bana Hulk?
Name. There's only one movie called The Incredible Hulk. The Eric Bana one's just called Hulk.
I asked the question. Snarky about it.
It's fine. Yeah, that's cool. I don't know what to do with that information, but that's information we have. Kevin Feige spoke that Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania will directly link to the next Avengers film called Kang Dynasty.
Cool.
Yeah. And apparently D23 attendees were treated to behind-the-scenes footage and revealed more of the film's story and even gave a glimpse of the live-action version of MODOK, who I'm very excited to see how they will do. Because MODOK's actually a great villain in the comic books. Yeah, I've talked a lot about how MODOK's great. So there you go. I watched the trailer for this because the trailer's out. So Marvel is doing their first one-off full special movie thing. And it's literally got a Marvel Studios Presents special like stamp in front of the logo. And it's a Werewolf by Night Halloween special. And it's like a black and white slasher horror, but like on purposely like old school, like 60s, 50s ish type stuff. But it actually looks kind of good. Like I watched it and I was like, I'm into this. You've got my attention. I'm down. So that'll be premiering Halloween week. And looks kind of fucking good. I have no idea why it's connected to Marvel in any way, shape, or form. Other than the fact that, like, you know, werewolves and vampires and shit exist in Marvel stuff. But, yeah. Okay. There's apparently a new clip for Avatar or The Way of Water, which is a sequel to Avatar. There was a brief appearance of Star Wars Ahsoka, but no trailer. Earlier, like a couple days ago, they announced a live action casting from another one of the animated series for Sabine Wren. I don't remember the actress's name, but she's now officially cast and she will be in Star Wars Ahsoka. That's a big deal for people who watch Star Wars Rebels because she's one of the main characters in that. That's a thing. I don't care about this, but people do. Star Wars The Bad Batch Season 2 coming January 2023. That's a thing. There's a trailer for Star Wars Tales of the Jedi, which is a bunch of original shorts.
Right.
They're animated. They look really fucking good. Watch the trailer. We're getting Ahsoka as a baby, which hasn't been explored. We're getting a story about Count Dooku when he was a Jedi and then turned to the dark while Qui-Gon Jinn was his apprentice. With Liam Neeson returning as Qui-Gon Jinn. Mm-hmm. So I was like, that could be juicy. I would be very curious to see what Dooku's perspective is on the dark side. There was apparently a trailer for Marvel's Echo. But we don't get to see that. They apparently showed off the first footage of Marvel's Ironheart. But of course we don't get to see that either. And there's a trailer for Willow. So you and my buddy Brock are both super fucking stoked for Willow. I don't remember if I saw the original film.
1988.
Which was when I was born.
Probably not.
So probably not. Unless we had it on VHS. Well, or Betamax. That's how I saw my Indiana Jones. Thank you very much. Oh, Betamax. And
but
I guess
it's worth going back and find it on a platform.
I mean, it's probably on Disney Plus, given the fact that they're doing a series. So that feels like a really strong contender for that. So yeah, man, I guess it'll have Christian Slater. So Christian's always great. Yeah, that's the thing.
Gleaming all the cubes.
Oh, that's interesting. Not all the things are in this list. Because I saw a trailer for Hocus Pocus 2, which looks kind of funny. I don't remember if my memory of that movie has been tainted by age. I remember the first Hocus Pocus being hilarious.
What?
I don't know if that's young Tim remembering or if that's just nostalgia.
Kind of, if I remember correctly, if I'm not being by a very much a Beetlejuice style horror movie.
Yeah,
funny but still spooky.
Yeah. This looks much in the vein of that, and I guess the first film, which I don't remember really well, other than it was funny. So it looks cool. There was a trailer for Disenchanted, the sequel to Enchanted. Looks hilariously silly and musical. And there was a trailer which made my wife giddy because I guess she read the books and she's happy that for them to do another chance.
High fantasy books.
Percy Jackson and the something Olympians. I don't know. I didn't read them. I watched the first 2 movies though that apparently butchered the books, and those were fine for me. But this is starring the kid from that sci-fi Ryan Reynolds time travel movie that came out on Netflix.
Adam Project.
Yeah, the Adam Project. Thank you. So the kid from that is playing Percy Jackson, and just like I said, it looks more like the books. And of course, same thing that happens with every fucking book adaptation. The writer says that he's working on it, and it's going to be more faithful to books. And I don't believe that ever when anybody ever says that ever, because I've been burned every fucking single fucking time an author has ever said that.
Are you sure?
Yes. I don't know because I didn't read the books for Percy Jackson, but Jessica says the books are fucking fantastic and she's excited to see a proper adaptation. So she's super excited for that. And they said in the trailer, they said coming soon, whatever the fuck that means. So maybe that's this year, maybe it's beginning of next year. I don't know, but chances are my wife's going to have me watch it. And that's as
Get wrecked.
Yeah. For those who don't know, he hit the yay button because you can't hear that in the audio. And that's it for D23. Is it? Well, we didn't really talk about what we watched.
No, that's true. I watched Cobra Kai.
Yeah, you watched Cobra Kai. You did say that. We did talk
about that.
We did talk
I was
about
like,
that.
It's the 9th. There it is. Started watching it. Finished up, I 5 episodes went down. That and
yeah,
the last 5 at work.
Okay, cool. I'm glad people are really enjoying that. I probably need to figure out how to get into it so that I can enjoy this thing that everybody's enjoying. So we watched Lord of the Rings. We only saw the first 2 episodes. We didn't see this week's. I liked it. As people know, I'm an odd person who I'm an odd lover of things who doesn't love the Lord of the Rings books, but I enjoyed the Peter Jackson movies very much. Didn't enjoy The Hobbit in book or movie form, but so it goes.
Not even the animated one?
I don't think I saw more than 30 minutes of that before the Blockbuster VHS started going all shit. So that's what I remember of that. Yeah, so I'm enjoying this Lord of the Rings TV series. I feel that it's very well acted, it's very well directed. It looks very expensive, which is as it should, considering they spent $1 billion on this fucking show.
Right.
You know, none of the CGI looks cheesy. Cinematography is beautiful. The music is, of course, masterful. I'm a little biased because it's done by Bear McCreary, and I love that guy. It's interesting because he's doing a not Bear McCreary score. He teamed with the original Lord of the Rings movie trilogy composer Howard Shore. Howard Shore does the theme music, and apparently they worked together so that he could do like the Lord of the Rings style. And so he's doing that for the show. And he does, I mean, he's a fucking fantastic composer, so he does it very well. So yeah, I've seen 2 episodes. I'm enjoying it. I think the thing that I admire about the show, and this is being not a book fan, but a Peter Jackson movie fan, is that it feels like those movies. Like it feels like the dialogue feels Tolkien-y. The shots feel cinematic. I'm having a good time with it. It's good. I'm glad that they're doing it.
Nice when you get a change.
I mean, I don't think I ever said I was gonna hate it. I said that it was gonna be either terrible or it was gonna be fantastic, and I don't think there's gonna be an in between on a project that's $1 billion. Yeah, so that's the thing. I got my wife into one of my all-time favorite shows, AMC's *Halt and Catch Fire*, and she has burnt through. You would probably love it. If you don't know, it's basically a history adjacent drama about the rise of computers.
Okay.
So basically it starts in 1982, 81, 82, something like that.
Yeah, 81.
Something like that. And it goes all the way through to the 2000s. And you're following these fictional companies that are adjacent to like IBM and Compaq and all this sort of stuff, and how they're trying to do different things in computer innovations and all this sort of stuff. You know, and it, like, for example, it has stuff like, oh, there's like a cool group of people, and you know, they're all like drama and well written and stuff, and they're trying to build like a really fucking cool like video game and stuff, and like, oh, we're gonna fucking do everything and it's gonna be so amazing, and it's like, oh, but that's the year Nintendo comes out, you know, and stuff like that. That real history happens, and it's just a really fucking good show, in my opinion. If you like those eras of computer history and stuff, like, it's super fucking great for that. It's a great drama in its own right. Super good. The series has been done for many years now. I think it was like I think it.
Try to catch it.
Yeah, it's very good if you can find it streaming someplace.
Halt and Catch Fire.
Yes, very good.
I take it you're watching it on physical
media? No. I had them from whenever the fuck they aired originally through iTunes, so I'm just restreaming them. I don't know where they're streaming. I mean, I'm sure they're probably on the AMC Plus app, probably, but I don't know.
Or whatever.
Something like that. But yeah, they're super good, but I love the fact that even though Jessica's not really into the computer stuff, the show's good enough that she's like, I want the next one. I want the next one. I want the next one. Shut the fuck up, Tim. I want the next one. I'm like, okay, cool. And we're like already into season 3, and there's only 4 seasons. So I was like, okay, I'm pleased that she's enjoying this thoroughly, because it's a really good show. It's super underrated. Super good show. So we're doing that. Star Trek Lower Decks, watching that. Rick and Morty is back. I know you hate it.
Yeah, no, I've been trying to catch Lower Decks, and it's not holding me. Like, it could be just the fact that I'm putting it on Star Trek. I fall asleep watching it.
That's fair. I understand that completely.
But the few episodes that I have seen, and I've seen, sporadic ones throughout the first couple of seasons, and like, funny. I think it's cleverly written.
I feel like season 2 and 3, it solidifies itself as like becoming like an actual Star Trek show versus just like a parody of it.
Right.
I feel like season 1, it didn't know whether it wanted. It was like the Orville scenario. It didn't know which camp. Like, are we a Star Trek show? Are we a comedy show? Are we a zany anime show or animated show? Like, what the fuck are we? Whereas season 2 and certainly 3, like 3 feels super straight up. Like, I watched an episode and I was like, that was just a straight up Star Trek episode. It wasn't actually that funny. Like, there was some fucked up shit going on that planet. like that was just a straight up thing. That was really cool.
So again, they've kind of followed that Orville route.
Yeah,
like,
but
I figured out what they are, and they don't always have to be funny.
Yeah, they figured out that they are certainly a Star Trek show, but they're of the half-hour animated variety that does have fun and zingers, but then there's an actual, like, oh, what's going on this planet with these races or whatever the fuck. Star Trek problem of the week type shit.
Speaking of another thing, Star Trek Day. Did they just not acknowledge the what would you call it, the Kelvin timeline?
Yeah, that is called the Kelvin timeline. I guess.
Like, they just straight up, they did a nice tribute to Nichelle Nichols, and it's like, and they have the new girl who plays Uhura, like, Zoe Saldana. No, not at all.
So I think what happened was, so this is all super speculative rumors. So Matt Shakman, who wrote and directed a bunch of shit for WandaVision, was tapped to direct the Kelvin timeline, Chris Pine, Star Trek 4. That was happening. It was announced. The scuttlebutt, because what was announced was that Star Trek 4 lost its director, is that Matt Shakman is now writing and directing the MCU Fantastic Four.
Okay.
And so my guess would be, since losing your director is losing your captain for the movie, they don't have a fucking director to fill those shoes. Because this movie was supposed to happen a couple of years ago, like before COVID, and they lost their director too. And if you also remember, a few years before that too, Paramount had announced that Quentin Tarantino was going to do a Star Trek film, and everybody like freaked out. And Tarantino was like, "Everybody, chill out! Like, I'm making a Star Trek film. Like, it's not a me film. Like, I am a Star Trek fan. Like, I'm going to make a real Star Trek film." And then it was announced after that fell apart for one reason or another. So my guess would be they just have fucking problems getting Star Trek directors, which seems somewhat silly, given how fucking ridiculous budget and cinematic Discovery, Strange New Worlds, Picard is. Like, just fucking get one of those. Like, I don't understand.
Have him direct the whole damn movie for all I care.
Yeah, he's offered many times. He says, yeah, they won't let me direct a Star Trek movie. They'll let me do TV. He said that very, very openly, which is so silly, because it's like, he's really good at it. Like, what the fuck?
No. We lost our director. Okay, I'll take it. No.
Like, I don't understand. Like, that my understanding for that is the complication of the old Paramount Movies versus CBS Television. Because it wasn't too long ago that they fully merged for the first time ever. And they'd always been pretty fucking separate, even though they're both owned by Viacom. Ridiculous. Yeah, that you got me on a fucking Trek tangent, Nate. How
talking about lower decks.
How dare you try quarter me like that? Yeah, Lower Decks. Once again, I'm sorry to report we have not watched any Orville. I don't know what happens beyond episode 2 or 3, or I don't even remember. I'll get to it eventually. I mean, I will. What else did we watch this week? Oh, I don't think I talked about this because we only started watching this like literally after the podcast. So me and the wife watched and binged the entire first season of HBO's The Sex Lives of College Girls.
Is it everything you thought it would be?
Not given the title, no. There's definitely less sex than the title would suggest, and being on HBO. No, it's just a college dramedy about a couple of girls in college and trying to get laid or whatever. And it's just like funny and fun and a little bit touching. And about 4 episodes through the series, I was like, why do I feel like this college is so fucking familiar? It takes place in some fictional college in upstate New York. And lo and behold, they shot a majority of the show here at the University of Washington, which I work at all the time. And I went,
why it looks familiar.
Huh, that's fucking weird, because Washington hates fucking filming here and charges out the ass, which is why nobody films up here. And yeah, I like looked it up, and they were like the first thing to film on the University of Washington in like 12 years or something like that. I was like, oh, that's fucking crazy.
All over the place.
Yeah.
Kelvin, Star Trek, Starfleet. College my wife went to.
Huh.
I've walked into Starfleet. That's the library.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Really? Oh, that's cool.
Quite a few.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, backlot. Highly recognizable.
Yep. Saw him in the late 90s.
Basically everything filmed for Power Rangers.
Yep.
The American side of it was just up the street at my old college of the Canyons.
Uh-huh.
Which
that filled in for fuck. I'm trying to remember. It's not Green Hills, that's Sonic. It's something green though. Green Grove?
Something.
Green?
Yeah.
Fuck me. I'm losing my Power Rangers cred.
But yeah, like it's funny you see the stuff has been college, rolling film sets.
You have a Pierce College too? We have Pierce colleges as well. I don't. They're probably not. Mine's for the county. Pierce County.
JC as well.
Okay. Oh, I don't know. Well,
speaking of the stand-in for She-Hulk, talking about her, and I was like,
yeah,
I looked her up. Apparently, she lives out here.
God, of course she does. I mean, the show does take place in LA, so
she posted something on her TikTok, standing in front of Circus Liquor. if you've ever watched not Valley Clueless.
Oh, yeah.
The liquor store with the giant clown on it. Same one, Circus Liquor. Like, I could walk to it from one.
So I have a random question that just popped into my head that I'm sure people have fucking asked you. So since you do live in the fucking heart of Hollywood, like, how often is your regular ass life obstructed by motherfuckers filming?
2-3 times a year, easily.
That's it?
Where I'm at, sure. Yeah.
Okay.
But when they do, it's like, it's for a while. There's apparently a house down the street from my brother-in-law filmed an entire season in the house as a location. You couldn't drive down his street.
That sucks.
And then,
local access only.
Local access only.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
now I know how my state is. How is your state with local access only? I say in air quotes.
You just drive with purpose and look like you know what you're doing. Bye.
Yeah.
If you're behind the steering wheel, rubbernecking everything. Yeah, no, it only really happens a couple of times when a location really just stymies you.
Fair enough. I only saw once, and that was for the live action here in Seattle. And it was for the live action movie adaptation of the anime Death Note.
Okay.
Which is really strange because I've seen the anime, and like most animes, it takes place in Tokyo. So to set in Seattle was a little weird. But there's like a scene where there's like a race car going up and down from Pike Place Market to where that fucking dumb museum is that's right between the wharf and the end. I say it's dumb because I don't know who the fuck goes there. I've never actually been. But yeah, I remember like they had that street, and then like the like that part of Seattle is like fucking San Francisco, where it's like street and then huge dip and then another street, then huge dip, another street, and they had the lower and the above street closed down for whatever fucking reason. Made no sense to me. But I remember being in traffic and I was watching the sports car going up and down the street, like, and there's obviously like fucking cameras I could see because I was stuck in traffic. And I was like, I wonder what the fuck that's for. And then later it was like, Death Note announced shooting in Seattle on location. I'm like, what? They never shoot in Seattle. Which is true. I think it's basically Death Note and Sonic the fucking Hedgehog 2 are the only ones who have actually shot in Seattle. Because there's like
not even Sleepless in Seattle?
No. Especially Sleepless in Seattle did not actually happen in Seattle. I think the boat dock is real, and then there's like a couple of shots that are like outside, and that's it. Which is usually how it is if it says it's set in Seattle. Like there's a CW show iZombie that's supposed to take place in Seattle. It doesn't. It says it's in Seattle, but it's really fucking Vancouver. In fairness, at least the climate's the same.
Right.
At least they get that right. And it's not like, oh, we're in Seattle and there's sun. I was like, no, you're not. we get sun 2 months out of the year. That's it. Shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about. So, yeah, we're probably done, huh? Yeah. There you go, Daniel, who's driving cross country. That's right. I'm talking through your radio. Radio? Shut the fuck up. You know it's a speaker. I'm talking to you right now. It could be your morning. It could be your evening.
Except you can't hear it. We haven't posted this yet.
I will fucking get it edited probably soon. We're just keeping you awake, man. Just making sure you reach your destination. I know you're traveling with a co-pilot. Is there anything you want to say to this fine person, Nate?
Meat is meat.
Meat is meat. That's your aged wisdom from. How is that still going? It's been
because I'm persistent as fuck.
2 months of that, and I don't even remember what the fucking joke was.
It was something with Westworld.
Was it? Meat is meat? Something with Westworld? God, I don't even fucking know. Well, alrighty. That's it. This has been another episode of the Fork in Your Ear podcast at, good Lord, 4.5 hours long, basically.
2:00 in the morning, and I still got to wake up because football season starts.
Oh, you're waking up for football?
Yeah. Of course, I get the early 10 a.m. game.
Oh, yikes.
And then I'll go back to sleep.
Okay, fair enough.
Get my game on for going back to work week.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, let's finish the closeout. We kind of fucking stopped it with your fucking sports ball.
Sports ball.
Oh wait. This is for Daniel. If you really listen to the fucking end of this podcast, fuck sports. Yeah, that's an inside joke.
I'm sure
it was not supposed to say that. It was completely an autocorrect thing, and I said it. I meant something complete, like wasn't even in the same line of thought, but autocorrect, had its own agenda. And Daniel carried on with it for like a day about like what the actual sport of fuck sports could be. It was ridiculous. All right. I've hit the wrong button, but I've made it back to the correct screen to end the recording. And here we go. Thank you for listening to a Dynamicworks production podcast. You can find our podcast at www.dynamicworksproductions.com. Feel free to email us at dynamicworks@mac.com.
Dominic Armato, the voice of Guybrush Threepwood, and you're listening to a Dynamicworks production podcast.
The Citadel, Arrival, is the first installment in a series of epic science fiction short stories reminiscent of the Pulp Fiction style. It's a fast-paced story that will take you through twists and turns that you will not expect, until they are thrust upon you with all the force, excitement, and chaos of a plasma cannon blast. The story follows Katarl, a nobody cog in the working wheels of a futuristic society run completely by Megacorp, a corporation that carefully runs and manages the lives of the people living under its sphere of power. On one of Katarl's few and far between days off from work, an outing he had hoped would be fun and relaxing turns into an explosive adventure that drags him kicking and screaming into situations and challenges that will make him question every aspect of his life. Watch this colorful tapestry unfurl as Katarl and his newfound allies find their way through this classic, yet oddly surprising tale of good and evil, where nothing is quite what it appears to be. That's The Citadel, Arrival by author Tim K.A. Trotter, available right now on Amazon Kindle Store and iTunes iBookstore for only $2.99. Ew. Yeah.
Better?
No. It sounds like your gain is like
better,
cranked to the max. Try again.
That should be good.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
Okay. Kids playing with the thing again?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Why are you in a cave? I can hear so much background noise.
I know. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, that should not have been turned on. Ew. More ew. Nope, that's
Drinking
worse.
out of a ram's horn.
No, I'm not a sports person.
You know, a ram is an animal, right?
I don't know. It's horn-ish.
That's what she said.
It's from the Gettysburg Tavern, apparently, in Gettysburg.
What's the address?
I don't fucking know. It doesn't say on the fucking mug.
Oh, you missed the pun. The Gettysburg address.
Ha 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 ha. It's okay.
Ha, 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 ha.
I'm just waiting.
Is my lighting acceptable now?
I'm just waiting for the right moment because I have downloaded a couple of soundboards on my phone. We're not doing this. Okay. Hang on. I'm still getting used to this. A lot of this sounds fucking stupid. Let's see. Where is it? Let's see. What is response to yay? I don't even know what all these...
Even though our audience won't hear my yay.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. They're going to hear mine.
Congratulations, you won.
There you go. There you go.
Oh my gosh.
It's going to be a time tonight. So, yeah, the movie didn't go well.
Oh, in what way?
Well, I mean...
Other than losing internet.
Well, the wife fell asleep in the final 20 minutes of the film. And then I was like, are you fucking asleep? No answer. Totally dead. And I was like, oh, you are asleep. Wakes her up. I was like, you fell asleep. She's like, huh. I was like, do you want to just go to bed? She's like, yeah.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay. Jesus. Only the climax of the movie. It's fine. It's fine. We were watching rubbish anyway.
Rubbish?
Yeah, we were watching Moonfall.
Okay. Not familiar with it.
The latest from Roland Emmerich of Independence Day and a bazillion other disaster movie fame.
Okay.
Yeah. Okie dokie.
All good?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the board. I don't know how many pages this has. Like I swipe and there's pages of them. Yeah. And I'm somewhat scared to hit certain ones because I'm just like, I don't know what this is from. It's just like one word. Like there's like a weird dude. Let's see, what does this say?
This is not okay. This needs to stop now. This is cancer. This is so much cancer that I can feel the tumors growing up my back. And it's way down heavy on me.
It's still...
It's not okay.
Jesus. Okay.
Hooray for pop culture.
I guess. I don't know what that is.
Either.
Fair enough. All right, Nate. You ready to do a show?
No, but we're doing it anyways.
No, you're not ready to do a show? Aren't you awake and sprightly?
Ish.
Ish? Why ish? Are you not on nights anymore?
No, I'm still on nights. It's just been ish.
Okay.
Yeah.
Been not sleeping during the daylight?
No.
100 plus 10 hours?
No. Oh, yeah, or during, the excessive rainstorms. Take your pick.
Isn't rain good, though, for LA?
It's great when it's consistent and in small amounts, not when it's like nothing, deluge.
Well, could be worse. Oh.
Yeah. You could keep making rookie moves.
Yeah, sure. Could be worse. Your state could be covered in ash smog.
Yeah.
Because apparently my east side of the state is on fire.
Yeah, we've got 2 of them going on.
So that's
one about 30 miles north of me, and another one that's about 70 miles east of me, west of me.
Yeah, I had blood sun while I was grilling burgers, and then it disappeared. I was like, "Oh, it's really thick."
might be time to go inside.
Yeah.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah. I'm gonna hit this final countdown button. I'm scared. I don't know what this does. This is payback for like what, a year? A year of your goddamn button?
I have 6 noises that I've played consistently over the past year.
This is page 16, and there's 15 sounds per page. We'll see how this night goes. And I'm drinking brown tonight.
I am drinking Sprite tonight.
Okay. No. To each his own.
Yeah. We'll see how I feel when we get closer to hour 3.
All right, well, let's get into it, because there's a lot.
There's a lot.
There's so much stuff that is happening or happening.
Or happened.
Yeah, it's a big week. Big
Yes.
week. Alrighty. You ready?
Yeah.
In 3, 2, 1. Cut in.